hello, 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 and hi. Hello and welcome to the stream. Hey, Fathingale and Wendy Pixel Curatrix and Kestrel Wing and Mitomoton and Lexi Plays Fast who subscribed. Thank you so much, Lexi. And Lego 2x4 and Mitomoton says hello to the VOD viewers who can't see this and have skipped this section of the video because someone has helpfully made a time-stamped comment for when Sophie appears. I appreciate the shout out to my favorite viewers, the VOD viewers. Kestrel Wing, wait, did I already say hello to Kestrel Wing? I did. Then hello again. And hello to ScribeD and Transalamanda. Hey Kat, lovely to have you here as always. Candace Wright and Blue Vixen and Aurigulator, hi hi hi. And a Starry Space Fox, hello and welcome to the stream. And hey Jim, and that's everyone, right? Welcome to the stream, everyone. We are going to watch an angry boy get mad. Big mad. How mad, you're asking? Very big for the size of the boy. Anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna fart around in Zelda for a bit. And watch Ben Shapiro try to dunk on the Barbie movie. And hopefully that's a good and fun time for everyone. Yeah, I mean that's basically it. Do I have anything to start with? The video is called Ben Shapiro Destroys the Barbie Movie in 443 minutes. Just really savagely going at it, won't let it go, just has to keep on, for 43 whole minutes. Wow. Oh, he's so manly. Anyway, yeah, I mean, my camera is wobbling because it's on my desk and my hand is on my desk. Thank you for telling me, Wendy, but that's why. It's okay. I understand that my camera wobbles sometimes. So, what was I gonna say? Ben's whole business model relies on outrage clicks, so I figured it could be fun for us to just watch this stupid bullshit that he's put out. Really just like lazy content that he's created, and I'll create even lazier content by just having it on in the background while I play some Zelda. And no one has to give him any clicks. So that's except me. Yay! So before we dive in, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip and donating will contribute to me buying Nat little treats while we're in Paris next week, because it's Nat's birthday and I'm going to buy her lots of little treats if you give me the money to do so. Okay, Ben Shapiro.
Well, folks, I just got back from the theaters seeing Barbie and Oppenheimer. I'm about to review both of them. I'm going to tell you which one of
By the way, chat, I have Ben full screened over here. Blessed that I am by his presence. And I have Zelda full screened over here, so I can't see chat right now, but I will check in periodically.
Is the best blockbuster of 2023, and which one is maybe the worst?
I bet he loved our movie, right, Ken?
For those of you who can't wait that long, I'm going to give my review of the Barbie movie in the most Oppenheimer fashion.
What the Really?
Alright, so the joke right away is that he fucked up throwing it in the bin. Like, is he just playing into the aesthetics of being, like, the least cool guy who has literally ever lived? I guess so. But then also, like, is setting fire to a bunch of, like, children's toys the most Oppenheimer thing you could possibly do? I guess, like, people associate Oppenheimer with the bomb, but it's just kind of making me think that he didn't really watch the movie. If the most Oppenheimer thing you can do is, I guess, just set fire to stuff.
Not even blow it up.
Like, he's just said that he's seen Oppenheimer and Barbie, but the video has wound up being called Ben Shapiro Destroys the Barbie Movie for 43 minutes. I wonder if he has any takes about Oppenheimer. in the video, or if it's just this is the only Oppenheimer-y bit, is just when he when he's destroying the Barbie movie by setting fire to some toys. God damn. Small cute frog says he didn't even buy dynamite. Right, like you you could blow them up. Also, hang on, this is actually these matches are so long. This isn't like, I understand he's setting fire to something and he doesn't want to catch fire himself, but like, if you're Ben Shapiro and you spent years of your life being mocked for being a teeny tiny boy, and then you're doing a review of a movie about miniaturized human beings, little tiny, teeny tiny playthings, toys, and then you're trying to show how big and powerful and manly you are compared to a child's toy. It's just like the long matches make him look even smaller.
Heimer fashion.
He just keeps doing it.
What the
He needs dolly
Really?
matches.
Someone should tell Ben that he is Kenough. Actually, that he's Benough. That's instantly going to be the thumbnail for this video. Ben Shapiro wearing the I am Kenough hoodie, but it says I am Benough. Ben reviews
So the
Barbie.
things
Wow.
I do for my audience, my producers dragged me to go see Barbie movie. Barbie the movie. And
Wait, what's...
do for my audience, my
producers dragged me to see Barbie. He's reading out one of his own tweets? Only he misread it. Hang on.
producers dragged me to go see Barbie movie. Barbie the movie.
Is it called Barbie the movie? I thought... Maybe.
I do for my audience, my producers
This isn't even why I was trying to pause. What's he holding?
Popcorn.
No, it's not a... Like, it's not a package of anything.
Notes.
Is it?
I don't know.
No, that was what I was... Like... Is it a script? Does he have a script going into the movie? I mean, he does.
He's got
He very literally does have a script going into the movie.
he's got a specification list.
He's got a bingo sheet, right?
Yeah.
We should have a bingo sheet for Ben reviews the Barbie movie, right? Center square is like, what movie did you watch, Ben?
dragged me to go see Barbie movie. Barbie the movie. And I have thoughts. This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Let me begin with my generalized assessment of the movie. This movie is not just a piece of shit. This movie is a flaming piece of dog piled atop an entire dumpster on fire, piled atop a landfill filled with dog. It is one of the worst movies I've ever seen. On every possible level, it is a horrific movie. The only thing that can be said for
just
this
hates
film
musicals.
is production design. Production design is really nice.
Understandable.
The costumes are really nice. Also, it's
No,
really hard to
fine.
screw that up. It's really hard to screw that up because you literally have this to model after. All you have to do is this, but big, okay? It's really not tough. But put aside all of the beautiful costumes, which is there for the ladies, and all of the production design and the Barbie universe and all of that.
A movie for the ladies.
It's for the ladies. I mean, it is. It's the fucking Barbie movie. Like, Ben, grow up.
Every joke that happens in this film happens
Maybe the center square is actually just Ben, grow the fuck up.
basically within the first 45 seconds of the
He is literally reviewing a kid's movie, like, about a doll. And also, like, for all the hype that people have about this movie, about, like, Barbie and Oppenheimer, you know, I'll just put my position out there to begin with. It was fine. Yeah. You know, it was fine.
I love America Ferrara.
Yeah,
That's my take.
me too.
I love her.
Yeah, love seeing her in anything. Just good to see Ugly Betty, always. The movie, it was okay. It was a fun viewing experience. We went to a thing called Dolls Go Free, which was this screening where, like, trans women get to go for free to the movie. That was fun. It was nice to be in a community space doing a, like, community thing. The movie itself, it's okay. Oppenheimer, but a bit more of an you know? Like if Barbie's an Oppenheimer's an
film. So, for example, Barbie turns on the water and there's no water. Ooh, because, you know, like in Barbie house, there's no actual water. Do you get it? And then she...
Okay, corner square of the bingo is I know I'm saying this as he's saying it, so it's hardly bingo anymore, but like, Ben hates kitsch. You know, if you were sitting down to predict what Ben is going to get, like, unreasonably and pathetically and impotently mad at in this, Ben Shapiro hates kitsch and camp. Ooh, big surprise.
drinks, but there's no actual liquid in the actual cup. Oh my God, because she's a Barbie doll. Oh, I get it. Okay, that's all the jokes. There are no more
Ben,
jokes
that's
for the
called
rest of the
fun, you joyless fuck.
Okay, so conceptually,
Those
the
are
movie
just his
is a
favourite
show. I want to.
jokes. He just likes those jokes.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly, right? Like, he won't... I'm sure when we get to the teenager calls Barbie a fascist and the teenager is excessively woke, Ben will not process this as a joke. He will process this as the sincere political platform of the movie, where, you know, I would have enjoyed the movie a lot more were that the sincere political platform of the movie, of course. Being chronically, terminally woke as I am, being virally infected with wokeness from the woke blob as I am. But yeah, he's not going to be able to process that as a joke. He's definitely going to think that was the movie, like, staring right down the barrel of the camera lens and being like, Barbie is a fascist! So yeah, okay. These are the jokes that he can... I'll actually one up, like, it's not his favorite jokes, it's the jokes he can identify as being a joke.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of stuff, I reckon, that, like, if you are an agreeable person with generally common sense view on the world, I'm not even saying, again, I'm not saying especially woke, especially feminist, just like you live in the real world as opposed to Ben, who lives in Ben world. You know, he should relate to this movie a lot more. Anyway, supposing you live in the real world and just have kind of pretty average view on it, there's a lot of jokes that are going to be, like, very normal, but Ben Shapiro specifically is just going to be unable to process them. You know? I mean, for one, like, okay, I'm just, like, this is off the top of my head. I'm not trying to go into an exhaustive list of jokes that are in the movie, but he's like, these kitschy jokes, they're all the jokes in the movie. Okay, the builders harassing Barbie experiencing sexual harassment. I bet Ben thinks that is a serious political point and has no humor to it. Now, it does have a plot point and it does have a political point to it, but it's also a joke.
Yeah.
Because Barbie is, like, hysterically naive and unflappable and doesn't even process it as being sexual harassment because she's never experienced sexual harassment before.
She doesn't know what to call it, but she knows.
But she doesn't like it, of course, right? But, like...
But yeah,
Yeah.
Absolutely all the jokes where it relies on a common understanding of the world we live in. Yeah, he won't register those as containing humor
Because...
as well as a plot.
Because because everyone's shared common understanding of the world involves an understanding that we live under patriarchy and men are treated different brackets worse. Women are treated different brackets worse than men in society. And Ben's politics rely on pretending he doesn't see that. We'll see.
Except where it's convenient, and then women are
Sure.
victims
Sure.
and need to be protected
Yeah.
from heavy air quotes others.
Let me check in with the chat. Saying what the joke is isn't the same as explaining why a joke is bad. True. Again, Ben just hates kitsch. Everyone, please remember, if you're enjoying the stream, you can consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. If you donate directly using Command Tip, you'll fill up that bar above my head, and I will use the money to buy my wife little treats while we're in France next week. What else is going on, chat? Simply Bet says, I loved Barbie, very fun. Not the feminist masterpiece some are claiming, but I didn't expect that. Yeah, I mean, that's basically it. Like, I have terrible politics autism, horrible politics brain, on a level comparable to Benjamin Shapiro, but for good politics instead of bad politics. So obviously, I only think that a movie is good if it agrees with my politics, and he only thinks that a movie is good if it agrees with his politics. But I'm very capable of recognizing, an enjoyable movie. And in that regard, that's why Barbie is the superior one to Oppenheimer. Like, Barbie is just a lot more fun. Oppenheimer, it's swell, But there's some real astonishing moments of just what the fuck is going on? When Einstein appears from behind the car, he just happened to be there right then. It's just what the fuck is happening right now?
All the Einstein scenes felt so weird because it was they were cameo moments. That's how it felt.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. You know what? They're all designed for you to be going, it's Einstein, whoa!
Showed up.
Oh god, yeah.
No
they actually
way.
should have AI generated Einstein, not had him played by an actor, but had Einstein in the movie as a mouthpiece for Christopher Nolan's morality. The literal, actual Einstein. Mamok Zalku says, America Ferrera did a good job being a mom who is not loved by that teenager. Yeah. She's great in everything. It was a real treat that she was there. Okay. More of this, I guess.
Who's the intended audience for the film? Who's the intended audience for this film?
Women and girls.
I'll tell you who the intended audience for this film is, and I can tell two ways. One, the previews on the film, and two, the people in the audience. So, the intended audience for this film is moms and their 8-year-old daughters.
That's the intended audience
supporters. For the film. I know, because the previews for the film were all kids' movies. I'm talking G or PG rated kids' films. We're talking Teenage Mutant.
And I've just realized my entire career has been a sham and embarrassing, and I'm gonna go home and think very hard for a long time. Sorry everyone, I can't do the rest of this review actually. I'm going.
Ninja Turtles or Trolls 4 or whatever it is. Those were all the previews, right? All the previews are actually directed at what the audience is supposed to be for this film. And if you look in the audience, it's a bunch of moms, youngish moms, middle-aged moms, with their 6, 7, 8-year-old girls. That's the entire crew. This movie is not made for any of those people. In fact, this movie is made for no one. This movie is going to make a bunch of money week one because the marketing effort has been extraordinary. I mean, whoever's the marketing team over at Warner Brothers is doing an amazing job. Week one, this thing is going to clean up at the domestic box office. My prediction is going to just absolutely fall off a cliff after that. The repeat business on this movie is going to be non-existent because it was written by two people who are so...
Well, Ben is already wrong because I watched the movie in a room with 300 screaming trans women. And I heard very little. No, I'm kidding. I have considered already going back to see Barbie next time that we go to the movies because it's fun.
You're gonna catch all the dialogue.
No, I mean this is the joke we made about it. We saw it with 300 screaming trans women who would go absolutely hysterically insane every time Barbie would go I'm just a doll. I don't have a vagina yet. Wow, it's hard being a doll. Wow! We missed the next, full 2 minutes of the movie. But no, I mean, this is, again, we've joked about this, but the real reason that I'd go back and watch it again is because it's kind of fun. And when I go to the movies, I like to have fun and eat some popcorn and chill out. And then come out of the movie feeling nice.
Like you watched movies.
All those kinds of things, all those bizarre, alien, unrelatable impulses that no normal person feels unless they're a wretched woke feminist. Oh, okay.
Smug and self-satisfied in Greta Gerwig and Noah Baumbach that they have no audience. I mean, who thought it's a great idea? Let's bring on the people who wrote Lady Bird and Marriage Story to make a movie about a plastic doll that is generally played with by 5 to 9-year-old young girls. So the basic idea of the film, they really have no basic idea of the film. They don't know whether they hate Barbie or that we're supposed to kind of like Barbie.
Why is someone directing Lady Bird making them inappropriate to...
Right. right?
Ladybirds like a young woman,
I mean, you can see.
Teenage coming of age story. Like,
You can
it's
say
perfectly
for-
appropriate.
You can say for absolute sure that if some like gritty like Iraq war movie director, right, like whoever the fuck made the Hurt Locker, right, like was gonna direct a G.I. Joe movie, Ben would see no issue in this, right?
Yeah.
But if someone who makes serious films for women makes a movie for girls, for some reason that's not okay.
Peter Jackson made goofy horror movies before he made Lord of the fucking Rings.
Yeah, exactly. But what was I gonna say? Nope, it's gone right out of my head. It's just entirely gone. How embarrassing for me. Destroyed with facts and logic. Oh well.
It seems they kind of despise Barbie as a fascist emblem, as we'll get to. The basic
okay.
sort of
Yes! 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 Oh, God. I just want to rewind and see if the thought comes back to me.
So the basic idea of the film, they really have no basic idea of the film. They don't know whether they hate Barbie or that we're supposed to kind of like Barbie. Who wrote Lady Bird and Marriage Story to make a movie about a plastic doll that is generally played with by 5 to 9-year-old young girls.
Okay, this was what I wanted to comment on. Why does Ben have such a strong opinion about what the age range is that young girls play with Barbies? Because he's a parent.
Yeah.
And he's probably seen kids playing with Barbie dolls. I don't know if he has a girl. I don't know what kids he has. But it's just like contextualizing all of this, all of everything he's saying within the context of him raising like actual children who live in the world. God, that's fucking tragic.
Yeah, his statement is that, like, kids are too young to appreciate the messaging of it, and the messaging of it is wrong, and so won't either be appreciated by mums either because they won't agree with it, obviously, because all mums are on his side.
Of course they are. Of course, yeah. Because all mums are implicitly conservative, unless they've been gotten to by the woke feminist agenda. But like, feminism, the existence of the patriarchy, women experiencing the world differently to how Barbie experiences Barbie world, you know, a loss of innocence and all of these ideas, like, are these scarier, heavier, worse themes than, say, mortality or crippling fear of abandonment instilling a complex in you that makes it hard for you to trust people? Because these are themes in the Toy Story franchise. Movies about plastic dolls played with by little children. And I doubt, but then again, maybe I just shouldn't put anything past Ben, I doubt that he has the same issues with the Toy Story franchise. And it's because he is on the side of the patriarchy that he has a problem with this very, very basic, literally feminism for kids feminist text. You know?
So the basic idea of the film, they really have no basic idea of the film. They don't know whether they hate Barbie or that we're supposed to kind of like Barbie. It seems they kind of despise Barbie.
This is just so funny. It's like, I called it, right? He says he thinks that the movie thinks she's a fascist because there's one bit where someone calls Barbie a fascist. Who is that person? A teenager with clearly no cohesive political ideology who is just trying to find ways to be mean to the person in front of her. But Ben thinks this is, you know, the message of the movie. And furthermore, he takes this to mean that, like, the movie doesn't know whether it likes Barbie or not. Barbie is the main character. And she's, furthermore, Barbie in the Barbie movie. Of course the movie likes Barbie. What are you talking about?
It's like, the girl makes him, like, the like, calling Barbie a fascist and all that stuff, like, she's voicing people's real feelings about Barbies. Especially girls who've been, like, forced to play with them as little kids because they wouldn't be given anything else because they're little girls, like...
Notably, she's a non-white teenager.
Yeah.
You know, the context here is pretty clear. Like, Barbie, especially like Barbie is explicitly called what's she called? Margot Robbie is playing specifically stereotypical Barbie in this movie. Yeah, it's clear what they're getting at.
Yeah.
But it's still ultimately a joke. Like I said before, it's a joke with a political point. And it also has a character point. Let's not ignore that, right? There's a character and plot moment contained in that scene where Barbie gets called a fascist. The character and plot point is that there are flaws to Barbie that maybe she should question and overcome. Even stereotypical Barbie, who by the definition of her character has no flaws, needs to overcome certain flaws in order to be better and also to be happy and exist in the world in a way that she's comfortable with. And facing those flaws is the only way forward, because if the Barbie movie is given this platform, if Barbie is given a platform to confront the real world and doesn't talk about those issues, it's going to be extremely self-defeating and crass and implicitly side with its own flaws. You know?
Yeah.
But all of that, right? That's the non-political side of it, and it's all a very normal way for a franchise movie to navigate its existence in the world. Right? Like, this is like... If it was a movie about fucking MOBA video games, right? Multiplayer online battle arena games, where the characters in some way connected to the real world, and they were confronted by a teenager who was like, you ruined my fucking life. I spent all summer inside playing your shitty fucking game where people call each other like the N-word all the time in voice chat with a bunch of adults who are horrible and have terrible politics, and I wish I'd never been exposed to them. And furthermore, your game is like predatory and the community is horrible, and I stole my dad's credit card so I could buy fucking skins to look like a pro player so I could get into Platinum 1, and I wish I'd never even heard of your game. This would all just be playing a very similar role to that scene in the Barbie movie.
Yeah, I mean,
but none of it would be like, I mean, except for, you know, the slurs, right? None of it would be especially like political. It wouldn't be like the movie going woke. It would be the movie confronting its like the nature of how the franchise exists in the world. Yeah, the movie's meta, but meta is not implicitly woke. It's just doing... jeez. I mean, how much can I talk around I agree with the politics of the film if, you know, brackets, I wish it would go further, and Ben disagrees with the politics of the film? Let's just enjoy Ben's lazy garbage content then.
As a fascist emblem, as we'll get to.
Okay, the editor here has done an interesting thing, because Ben is referencing that scene where the teenager yells at Barbie, and the editor has said, what would visually cue in Barbie being a fascist emblem? Interesting. The Dutch.
The basic sort of premise of the film, politically speaking, is that men and women are on two sides of a divide, and they hate each other. And literally the only way you can have a happy world is if the women ignore the men and the men ignore the women.
Okay, everyone cross off the middle square, which I have labeled, Ben, what movie are you watching? This is not the point of Barbie. This was never the point of Barbie. Men and women don't hate each other, as, you know, a simple and reductive statement as that is. In the real world, in Barbie world, in the real world, in the movie in any sense, men and women don't just hate each other. The movie portrays, as in the real world, men and women coexist. Oh shit, I'm eating shit while I'm trying to make this point. Men and women coexist in ways that are mediated, unfortunately, by the patriarchy, and that makes both men and women less happy. And that can be overcome. But a crucial element of that being overcome is for women to control their own power under that system.
I think what you're missing here is that feminism is when women hate men. And that's it.
Yeah, no, I forgot about that, actually. I do hate men, though.
Yeah.
Damn.
I hate Ken.
I hate Ben. I'm actually really looking forward to editing a little thumbnail where Ben's wearing an I am Benough hoodie. I think that's really funny. And now someone who has clicked on that VOD because they found that thumbnail charming is going to hear me self-congratulatorily just go on and on about how pleased I am with this thumbnail, and they're going to start to resent the good and funny thumbnail that they saw initially and thought was really fun, and more just regret having ever clicked on this shitty VOD.
Ooh, I know that's going to be a good thumbnail.
That's going to be such a good thumbnail. It's going to trick those fucking rubes into watching my VOD channel. That idiot who's watching right now, who's steaming mad because they clicked on the thumbnail and now they're just listening to me talking about the thumbnail. They're so angry right now. Oh, they're saying, grr, darn you, Sophie.
That seems to be the final outcome of this film. I was trying to separate this.
Just again, though, no, it isn't. That's not the. No, that's just not true. I mean, I'll have to hear more of his explanation of how that's true to say why that's wrong, because it's
not true in any sense.
It's so simply not true. I'll have to hear how he is, crucially here, chat, lying about believing what he's just said in order to explain why he does not believe what he just said. This is a crucial thing I'm trying to get at more with like fash influences like Ben Shapiro. Fascists in their media and their political rhetoric use like the analogy I would use, and I'm going to use this in an upcoming essay too, so it's on my mind, right? It's like you're out and about somewhere and your friend turns to you and they go let me just close up for a sec. Oh, we're on an ad break. It's a good time to pause and say that. Oh, Lefty Jimbo, thank you so much for tipping £10. I'm so glad I'm catching this stream. The ripping into Shapiro for his ridiculous Barbie opinions mixed with Zelda gameplay is immaculate. I'm so glad you're enjoying the vibe. And we've got 5 seconds to go, so I'll say, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer, or like Lefty Jimbo did here, you can tip. You can use command tip and donate directly. Hey everyone, welcome back from the ad break. Sorry, I ate a bunch of melon before the stream. Anyway, I had half a melon and Nat had the other half of a melon, and we both ate quite fast. So now I'm a little burpy. Okay, I'm trying to get up. I'm trying to like keep getting at this same point when I'm talking about fash influencers like Ben recently, because their political rhetoric, right? It does this really specific thing. So it's like you're out and about with your friend, and your friend suddenly turns to you and they go, do you think it would help if I karate chopped you in the throat as hard as I possibly can right now? Now, you're immediately thinking, what situation does he perceive me to be in that he thinks that karate chopping me in the throat as hard as he can could help? And this you've perceived as your friend, you know, someone you've known, crucially, a human being with normal impulses. And the reality is, this is just a little freak and a fascist who just wants to karate chop you in the throat as hard as he can, and not a normal person. And asking if it would help is just trying to get you to think that it might, in some way, be a reasonable thing to do, so that when he then karate chops you in the throat as hard as he can, there is some kind of prefiguring of a reason why that might happen. The truth is, he just thinks it would be fun. And so I'm trying to apply this rule when I talk about fash influencers a lot more, because I don't want to even give them the ground of believing that they believe what they're saying. Now, just saying fascists are liars seems like an obvious like premise and ground rules for a thing like this, but I really want to be clear here and pick out when they're saying things that they don't believe. Because I think it's really important for us to say, you're trying to get me to believe that you believe that, and you don't believe that. So, let's hear some more from Ben about why he wants us to believe that he believes that the point of the Barbie movie is that men and women should just ignore each other. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip, and if you tip, I'm going to use that money to buy my wife little presents. You know I will. I'll do it, chat. I'll fucking do it. All right.
into problems with plot and problems with character and problems with the politics of the film, but they're all intertwined because the thing is just a mess. It doesn't make any sense. Plot-wise, it makes no sense. Character-wise, it makes no sense. So let's just go through it from the beginning. Okay, there's gonna be lots of spoilers, but believe you me, I'm about to save you so much time because this movie is 2 hours. It feels like it is longer than the Wagnerian ring cycle. It does not end.
A normal reference for normal people.
Every scene is at least 2 minutes too long. Every single scene.
It feels like it's longer than the Wagnerian ring cycle.
What is that?
I won't explain. I refuse to explain. I resent that I know. Ben Shapiro makes me resentful that I'm familiar with classical culture because him being familiar and using it as if it's a normal thing to say to flex his big throbbing intellectual muscles.
Is it classical music?
Beat is 2 minutes too long.
Is it a music reference?
It is a bad film. Put aside the politics. Like, really. I was sitting there with a bunch of my producers.
Been a violinist.
I'm a little bit more political than my producers. My producers were watching this, putting the politics aside. It is a bad movie. So why is it getting 91% on Rotten Tomatoes? Because the way that it works for the reviewers is if you have the right politics, and those politics are sufficiently slyly inserted.
No, normal politics. Just very normal understanding of the world. It's actually normal to believe that we exist under a patriarchy and that men are treated differently than women, who are treated worse, but both groups are unhappy because of patriarchy. That's actually normal.
Then it will get a 91% on Rotten Tomatoes, even if the thing is just Drek. And I mean, boy, is this Drek. This is a Death Star sized piece of Drek. It is like, that's no moon. That's a Drek station. That is this movie. Okay, so
sometimes when Ben Shapiro tries to make like pop culture references and tries to like riff and be organically funny, I find myself transported across time and place and personhood into the body of his wife on a date that they must have inevitably had at some point before they became husband and wife. And I imagine myself witnessing him trying to be like charming in a way that's supposed to elicit the attentions and affection of the female gender. And then
so let's jump into it. I have like pages and pages of notes on this.
It was notes. It was fucking notes. It was the notes. He took notes in the movie. He took a notepad into the cinema and didn't fucking watch the movie. He just took notes on the movie the whole way through. In the dark! Oh my god! Oh fuck, or even worse, he had his phone torch on. He had his little phone torch on, and all the moms with their kids, right? Like, they don't get their movie experience comped, right? They're like they're just going to the movies with their daughter because like they think it'll be a fun day out and it's the one day of the month that they can afford, both in time and in money, to like have a nice little mother-daughter day out, go see a movie. Oh, it's the Barbie movie, how perfect. Oh, it turns out it's about mother and daughter relationships and it stars America Ferrera. I love her. This asshole next to me won't switch off the torch on his phone, and he appears to be taking notes on the movie. Is he some kind of pervert, and should I tell the manager?
Horrific piece of I mean, my goodness. Okay, so let's start right at the beginning. So it's from the beginning, you know what this movie is going to be, and it's going to be a very cynical take on what Barbie is, which is so weird. I don't know why Mattel would...
A cynical take on what Barbie is, as opposed to Ben's very sincere, earnest, and like... almost childlike emotions of wonder and amazement at seeing Barbie on the big screen. Ben feels personally betrayed that he couldn't just enjoy Barbie like a normal little girl.
Turn over its IP to filmmakers who clearly hate the IP. It's as though you were going to make Toy Story, except that toys are all evil. They're all bad, and you're supposed to hate them, and you should...
Toy Story comparison, yes! I love preempting what tiny little thoughts Ben is going to have in his tiny little mind before he says them. Again, Toy Story contains themes such as fear of abandonment, developing trust issues, mortality, Barbie contains themes of a similarly emotionally charged nature, but Ben doesn't like the politics, so the whole movie is a horrible mess.
Burn them. Because that's kind of the message of the film, is that the Barbies are bad for the world. Okay, so it begins by trying to uphold...
Ben, I really hate to break this to you, but the message of the film is that people like you are bad for the world. Only I'm not breaking that to him because he knows that and he doesn't believe what he just said, and he wants you to believe that he believes what he said, and that's a crucial feature here. It's not the same as just lying, right? We have to understand he wants you to think that he actually thinks what he just said, and he doesn't. That's the lie. The lie is that he believes it in any sense.
Oh, the original vision of Barbie. What was the original magical vision of Barbie? We have Helen Mirren here to tell us, in the form of a narrator apparently played by Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who's speaking from heaven. And
Oh, he got her. Owned.
Get a 2001 A Space Odyssey flashback. Which again, who's the audience for this? Like the reference points in this film, it references variously Marcel Proust. It references Robert Evans and the cinematography of The Godfather. It references 2001 A Space Odyssey. This is a movie made for moms and their 7-year-old girls. Well, folks, wasting 2 hours of my precious...
Standard kids.
Yeah, what's... Sorry, what... moms? They've never seen 2001 A Space Odyssey? Moms can have never heard of Proust? Is that what Ben's saying? Proust is just for dads.
Have you ever watched The Simpsons before?
The Godfather, that's for men. Women who try to watch The Godfather, they just grow chest hair and a big thick cock right away, you know? If you try and watch The Godfather, you burst into flames. Moms can't watch The Godfather. Kids' movies always contain a bunch of stuff that is for the parents. Oh,
time 2 hours I will never get back. 2 hours where on my deathbed, I will wish that I had not spent that time doing. It makes me viscerally angry, but
Then you should be angry at capitalism for making you do this, Ben. For having a profit incentive to churn out shitty, lazy content like this. I'm certainly angry at capitalism right now for making me do this, in exchange for not even the millions of dollars that you fucking make every year, but just the kind tips and subscriptions and cheers from strangers on the internet. Speaking of which, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. I resent the profit motive for making me make lazy, bad content like this about Ben's lazy, bad content. And I would like if you would pay me for it, because I'm just trying to get by. Unlike Ben, whose producers pay him to set Barbie dolls on fire in a bin outside. It's not even outside the cinema, is it? Right? It's fucking.
Parking lot outside.
It's the parking lot of his own studio. Yeah, but I just realized, you know.
I like the pink set though. I like the pink lights.
Yeah, he should always do this actually.
Yeah, it's flattering.
He's actually aping my style right now, and I think I should sue.
I'm going to talk to you.
Ben gets Sophie from Mars pills.
About something that makes me much happier, and that is our trusted privacy partner and premier sponsor of the show, ExpressVPN.
Oh no.
Cool. No, I can skip it.
Through all my data.
Makes that nice and easy.
Trust it. It starts with Helen Mirren explaining that back in the day, girls would only play with dolls. Dolls that look like...
He really did take notes to even just remind himself of the plot. And he's really reading from those notes right now to remind himself of the plot of the Barbie movie. Because Ben Shapiro, rational logic boy that he is, his powerful, throbbing intellectual might, his veiny, muscular brain, can't remember the plot of the Barbie movie if he doesn't take notes.
Babies. And then she says that...
Hey, I'm not being facetious here. If he took notes for the bits that really, really caused him ire, you know? That's one thing.
I need to take notes if I was going to talk about it for 42 minutes.
Babe, he's looking at his notes now to remind himself of the opening scene. He's looking at the notes and going over them to remember how the movie opened.
He's not doing a little like performative checks notes.
No.
this could be fun, at least for a while anyway. Ask your mother, because your mother actually hates you and doesn't like being a mom, you see. So if you ask your mom, she wants to play at not being a mom.
Right, Ben Shapiro definitely believes that being a parent is really easy, fun, and rewarding at all times. Do we see what I'm saying about
Unless
trying
you're a
to...
feminist, in which case it means you hate your kids.
Do we see what I'm saying about trying to make you believe that he believes what he is saying? He's literally a parent. He literally knows that some nights you wake up for the screaming little primate that you made, and it's really draining, and you haven't had enough sleep in the last, year, and you just want to sleep, and it's miserable. He knows that because he is a parent. And if he doesn't know that because his wife did all the parenting for him, then he's just scum. But you know what? He talks about his wife admiringly and lovingly all the time. He talks about how she's a doctor. That means she's very busy, which leads me to assume that he did his fair share of parenting. I'm going to assume that Ben Shapiro did his fair share of parenting. You know, half of it. And and therefore he fucking knows that parents don't love being parents at every single fucking waking second, and therefore the line taking care of a baby doll can be fun for a while, ask your mother, makes perfect sense to him. He knows exactly what the fuck that means.
Also, babies grow up.
Yes. Unless those babies are Ben Shapiro, in which case they never grow up. Of course, the right-wing misogynist father doesn't know how difficult parenting is. Tripod Twitch. Tripod Twitch. Hold up. This is what I'm saying. You are believing that he believes what he is saying. Therefore, you believe that he is this right-wing misogynist father, right? I'm not so sure, right? The counter-revolution, the cult of personalities around misogynistic patriarchs, right? All of it depends on them being viewed a certain way. And so that assumption itself, it's not an assumption that only we from the left can make about him looking at this. It's an assumption that right-wingers, especially right-wing men, can make from what he's saying as well. That he doesn't know anything about parenting because he's just such a cool dude who gets to spend all his time being a manly bro. You know, talking about the Wagnerian ring cycle and destroying feminists with facts and logic. He doesn't do any of the parenting. That's part of the scam. Believing that he believes what he's saying is the fundamental part of the scam. We have to not believe that he even believes it. Because he doesn't. Because he knows. Because he's got kids.
Sometimes. Okay, so the basic premise is Barbie is supposed to be the independent woman who liberates all womanhood. But she fails. And she fails for two reasons. One, she's actually a tool of the patriarchal capitalist system. And two, the real world has rejected the message of Barbie, which is that women should run everything. Okay, so this is all not implicit. This is explicitly said. At the beginning, the monologue, you have Helen Mirren saying, because Barbie can be anything, women can be anything. At least that's what the Barbies think. See, in the real world, women can't be anything. And that's one of the messages of the film. In the real world, men run pretty much everything. Which is weird. Who greenlit this piece of shit? I mean, Greta Gerwig is a lady. She's making a good living off of this. Margot Robbie is playing the lead. In fact, the entire cast, aside from basically Ryan Gosling,
but look at those women right there.
So, it seems like women are doing okay.
Okay, this is a nice and simple one. Ben should name 5 female composers that he likes as much and are of a similar stature and level of fame as Wagner, who he referenced earlier it was a music reference, who he referenced earlier in this video. He should just name 5 female composers. That should answer that quite nicely, shouldn't it? What a stupid and facetious thing to say. And again, I'm really trying to stick to this. He doesn't fucking believe, he knows. Of course he knows. Pretending not to know is how men get away with it. Pretending not to know the patriarchy is there, that's the whole fucking grift.
He likes the balance just a bit worse than it already is.
The Barbie movie is infinitely generous to men, and this is a bit of a failing of it. It's one of the things I don't entirely like. By having Ken be a himbo, by having him be a silly little dude who's never heard of the patriarchy because he literally doesn't live in the real world, right? Because of this, we're given this, like, men innocently and accidentally inventing the patriarchy by just wanting to have fun with their bros and enjoy horses, you know? And that's fun and silly, but also, like, it does miss a fundamental part of the entire thing going on here, which is that men pretend the patriarchy isn't real to keep doing the patriarchy. And I know I'm saying stuff that is, in one sense, like, prima facie obvious, but it's really worth saying. Like, them pretending not to know this stuff is crucial to them doing this stuff.
But, again, put aside the meta logic of it. I'm going to go through, like, a lot of these here. So it starts off with the idea that mommy dolls are bad and insufficient. But then they criticize Mattel for discontinuing a mommy doll named Midge. Right? Midge is the pregnant doll and was discontinued. They're like, that's bad.
They joke about it being an obviously weird doll to make. A doll who is pregnant but can never give birth.
Yeah, I don't think they criticize.
They don't criticize.
Discontinuing the doll. Or really for having the doll in the first place. They're just like, that's weird.
Yeah, they're just like, that's weird, and obviously the market wasn't there, so we gave up on that one. Whoops.
You just said that dolls about motherhood are bad, but then this one, don't...
The reason I'm saying all this, right, like, the reason I'm really focusing on this especially is that, like, this really clicked for me one day when I was watching Tucker Carlson, right? And he was doing the Tucker face, you know? As I've seen various people refer to, including Peter Coffin, by the way, tuck facing. You know,
the fake, confused, listening carefully look.
I'm interviewing someone. Come over here for a sec, right?
Yeah.
And tell me some woke bullshit. Right? You saw some woke bullshit and you're angry about it. You're telling me.
So I saw some kids playing outside and some adults walked past them and they didn't tell them to go home straight away. They just, like, walked past and smiled at them as if it was, like, normal and chill and cool that they were playing outside, but don't they know that they're kids and they should be inside?
Right. Tuck facing, right? Tucker Carlson does this consistently and constantly because it's his entire career is built on using this particular fascist technology of interpersonal relation as hard and obviously as he possibly can all the time. People come on and tell him it's getting too woke. And he looks like he can't possibly comprehend it. And this, emotionally, is a safe refuge for fascists.
Fake ignorance and bafflement at the points that they are trying to convey.
I don't have to understand it. I shouldn't have to understand it. I never could understand it, even if I tried. And so when the people in my life who I love dearly, the people who are related to me, the children that I brought into the world, try to explain it to me, I will pretend I can't understand because I feel safe when I pretend I can't understand.
He knows that the Barbie movie wasn't saying that dolls of babies are inherently bad and a bad thing for kids to play with. He knows that they were saying that it was, like, it's bad that girls only had baby dolls.
Yes.
That only girls were made to only play with, like, babies and prepare for motherhood as children.
Greta Gerwig is an educated feminist, and she understands that girls only getting to play with dolls that resemble babies was using play as a method to reinforce the patriarchy by letting girls only imagine themselves as mothers and nothing else. Now, this wasn't wholly the case. Lots of children's toys used to be gender neutral, and the oh shit, I'm out of weapons. And the use of gendered children's toys as a marketing tactic, right, was picked up not just because it could make companies more money to market things separately in this way and to create competition and exclusivity between genders, but also because it enforced the patriarchy, and they knew that. Right? Greta Gerwig is very concisely making this point in this introduction without having to say any of that stuff. And furthermore, Ben Shapiro is understanding this point perfectly well, and then he's going as if he didn't.
Look for any sort of logical coherence. There is a Citizens United reference. They say all of the members of the Barbie Supreme Court are women. And then they are speaking out about Citizens United, that corporations are not people. It's literally a Citizens United reference. Who is the 7-year-old girl who's like, yes, I too have
her mom. It's her mom, you know that.
A very informed perspective on the Citizens United decision. And then
it's furthermore there so that kids who like the movie a lot and end up watching it over and over might someday ask their parents, what's that about? And then moms who understand what that's about will be able to explain to their kids, and again, Ben gets this and he hates it. It's not that he doesn't get it, it's that he hates it. Moms who understand this can tell their daughters, well, Citizens United is a horrible case in the history of American court cases where America ruled that companies have free speech and are able to enforce their free speech through money. Spending money counts as an act of speech, and therefore stop controlling how people spend their money to influence politics is inherently against the First Amendment, and this is a horrible thing that happened and shouldn't have happened, as they are saying in the Barbie movie. That's why that line is in there.
He also, he went and watched this movie for a reason, and the reason is that he knows this movie isn't only, marketed to and being watched by, actual children and their mums.
Sure.
they say that logic and feeling at the same time, it doesn't diminish us. It proves that we are more than, right? It's all propagandistic. And then it sets up the dichotomy. The dichotomy is that men and women are in complete and utter contradistinction in terms of their roles. So women only exist if they are completely free of men, and men only exist if they are completely free of women. And the problem for Ken, the problem is set up for Ken, is that
Okay, so we're starting to get at what he was trying to make us believe that he believes. So, men ignoring women and women ignoring men is in fact... The patriarchy can exist if women are oppressed, and the matriarchy, as we see in the Barbie world, can exist if men are effectively oppressed. The men in Barbie world are oppressed. That's not ignoring... I mean, it's ignoring their needs. It's ignoring their personhood. The way he said it before was as if they were living on, like, 2 separate islands or something. But okay, alright, I think I understand what he's trying to say a little bit better. Again, what he's trying to tell us that he believes, but he doesn't. Okay.
Ken is dependent on Barbie, right? Because Ken is kind of secondary. And we also set up at the very beginning that Barbie doesn't like Ken. She finds Ken annoying. She finds Ken ridiculous, which, again, is sort of against the concept of Ken and Barbie. But the basic idea is that Barbie is an independent woman.
Bro, what fucking concept? They're dolls. Like, they have lore in as far as they have jobs. Like, they have, that's like basically like, they have jobs they do. They don't really have like developed characters until this fucking movie right here, bro. Like,
and Ken is completely superfluous. We then go to the beach, and there's a scene on the beach where the Kens are supposed to be
gonna hate this.
the lifeguards, and the ladies are playing on the beach, and we get a series of gay masturbation.
Hang on. So, he just said the men are supposedly lifeguards. Okay, now I'd like to distinguish, because there are times when it's everything I've been saying. It's the tuck facing, right? There are times when I'm gonna call him Ken for a second there. When Ben has simply failed to understand the movie, and
too busy writing notes.
That's exactly what I'm picturing. I'm picturing him, furiously scribbling, right? Like, the Ken dolls were sold with the job of beach. They explicitly say this in the scene that he's so angry about, right? They they have a job, but it's not lifeguard because I think there is a lifeguard Barbie, but the Kens are beach Kens. Oh, god damn it. Anyway, he's gonna be furious about them talking about beaching each other off, and he's particularly furious because it's gay. But he's going to pretend that it's not that, because no children's movie has ever contained sex references that will go over the kids' heads, and they'll see their parents laughing, and then they will laugh as well, but not understand the joke. Just understand that something funny has happened, and then when they are older, they can understand the joke. This has never happened in the history of cinema before the Barbie movie, and it's definitely not just because it's gay that he's so angry about it, because famously Ben Shapiro considers homosexuality to be a sin and hates gay people. Cool.
Jokes. Again, it's an audience for children. They're talking about beaching each other off. Right? There's a line where Ken says to another off.
He finds it funny. He literally finds it. Look at his fucking face. Look at his fucking face. He finds it funny. Because it's funny! It's fucking funny!
That's why you made a note of it.
I'm gonna beat you off? That's funny as hell.
Right? There's a line where Ken says to another one of the Kens, I'm going to beat you off. Get it? Get it? You get it? Because it's like beat you off, but beat you off. And then they repeat that no less than 4 or 5 times in the span of 45 seconds.
If I wasn't severely injured, I would beat you off right now, Ken.
I'll beat you off with you any day, Ken.
Anyone who wants to beach him off has to beach me off first.
I will beat both of you off at the same time.
Beat both of us off?
Nobody's gonna beat anyone off.
Bazinga.
Because it's just...
Okay, let's see Ben's type 5. Come on then. Let's fucking go, Ben. Your fucking editor gets to use Bazinga as an equivalent to how deeply unfunny something was if we get to see your fucking type 5.
What?
That's the trade-off here. We have to see your fucking type 5.
You just know for a fact that Ben Shapiro absolutely loves The Big Bang Theory. It's his favorite sitcom of all time.
Yeah, that's fucking real though.
Do you have, is there any doubt?
Oh god, no, you're completely accurate. Keo Shine, thank you so much for tipping £5. Everyone, please remember, if you're enjoying the stream, you can consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip, and if you use command tip and then donate directly, I will use that money to buy Nat lots of little treats while we're in Paris for her birthday. If that sounds like a nice thing that you'd like to bring more of into the world, use command tip. Give me the money. I will buy croissant, baguette, une bicyclette, oui oui. All of these things, I will buy them for her, and she will be happy. Okay, let's carry on.
Such a great gay masturbation joke. You gotta go for it. I mean, what else will this...
Can't stop mentioning that it's gay. I said.
7-year-old girls in the audience think if you don't go for the gay masturbation joke on the beach. Clearly. We get black female president Barbie because this is, of course, the greatest of all possible worlds. So Kamala Harris, the Barbie version, is the president of the United States. And then we get the break, right? Then we get the actual plot point.
Yeah, of course
point
he does.
Number 1.
Because it's funny.
Barbie has irrepressible thoughts of death. So again, at this point, you might be thinking to yourself, wait a second, isn't this a kid's movie? Isn't this supposed to be made for 7-year-old girls? Nope. It's about existential angst.
Okay, firstly, angst, because Ben obviously, obviously learned that word from German philosophy books, not from being a normal human being with feelings. But secondly, I'd just like to revisit my point that existential angst is a theme in, guess what, motherfucker? Toy Story. It's a theme in Toy Story. It's not a theme that it's beyond the pale to put in a kid's film.
Over mortality. That's what this film
Guarantee that a lot more kids
is about.
cried at Toy Story than the Barbie movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, again, interlaced through all of this is just more and more and more politics, right? One of the Barbies is a trans Barbie, and this is treated totally normally as the...
Pals, I'm gonna get mad. I'm about to get mad. I'm just pausing for a second because he's saying it's treated totally normally. that she's trans.
That's political.
I'm just thinking about times in human history where minorities being present at all is a political act. And I'm just feeling some feelings, and I'm breathing out, and I'm carrying on watching the video.
She has like what, 2 lines?
She has 2 fucking lines. Simply Bet says, I didn't even know the actress was trans until conservatives got mad about it because it's not brought up in the movie. Yep, that's correct. That is correct. Okay. I'm feeling some feelings. I'm gonna carry on feeling some feelings because he's gonna say some disgusting shit proving what a sub-pond scum worm piece of shit he is. And I'm gonna play Zelda. And you are gonna use Command Tip so I can buy my wife little treats.
This is a female Barbie with a voice, again, deeper than my own. So...
Okay. Spoke too soon. Spoke too soon. Oh.
My voice is deeper than Ben Shapiro's.
Yeah, it's not hard to have a deeper voice than famous manlet Ben Shapiro, actually. famous product of horrifying bring your child to work day accident Ben Shapiro. It's not actually hard at all to have a deeper voice than him. Okay.
Barbie starts to have these irrepressible thoughts of death, and this comes along with physical symptoms, like, for example, her feet flatten out. Again, this is one of the few cute jokes in the movie, is that Barbie walks around, and just like a normal Barbie doll, when you take off the shoes, the feet are shaped like the shoe, like the high heel. But now, she is turning into like a real-world person, and so her feet collapse, right? And so she goes to see Weird Barbie. So Weird Barbie is a Barbie that has been played with too hard and has all the knowledge, not only about Barbie Land, but also about the real world. And apparently, there's a connection between the people playing with the Barbies and the Barbies. People playing with the Barbies are sad, and the Barbies also get sad. Weird that this has only happened to Barbie, because it turns out that lots of people are sad and have played with Barbies for a very long time. But that's the plot point. Fine. And again, the concept of like a Barbie that was played with too hard is very funny, because everybody has seen that before. And they somehow blow this. Somehow they make this into a not funny thing. So Weird Barbie is ugly, and she has bad makeup, and all the rest of it. And she informs Barbie she has to go to the real world, and she has to find the person who is playing with her, and she has to make that person feel better, because that will heal the problem that she's having in Barbie Land. Okay, so we have our plot point, right? We have the thing that's going to launch us off into the rest of the movie. And then it's just a complete mess from here on in. At least to this point, it's
funny.
Kind of dumb but coherent.
Like
from here on in, it makes no sense at all.
Yeah.
Again, Kate McKinnon sets up the dichotomy that pretty much the makers of the film hate Barbie by suggesting that...
Well, you know, Kate McKinnon's a lesbian, and having a gay woman in a kid's film is extremely political, because, you know, degenerate perverts who are mentally ill like that should obviously not be allowed to be shown to children.
You can live in Fantasyland with Barbie, and you can take the Barbie shoe, or you can take Birkenstocks, right? You can become like a Portland lesbian, and you can learn about reality. That's
Jeez, Ben, I was trying to exaggerate your political position.
Going to be the choice that you have to make, but not before she makes a joke about Ken and wanting to see the nude blob he is packing under those pants.
That's somebody said that?
Perfect for 8-year-old girls, ladies, mothers. Just be warned. Ken and Barbie head off to the real world.
She very pointedly did not reference genitals. The joke that is obvious to children is that human beings have genitals. Children know this because they have genitals. Then they look at a Barbie, has no genitals. The joke is that she would find it sexy to see his smooth blob. Yeah, it plays around sexuality a little, but it's not... It's actually like... The joke is a kind of asexual sexuality. It's really like, honestly, in terms of like sexualized jokes that could be in a kid's film, maybe squared the circle perfectly. I can't really imagine a less objectionable a joke about sexuality.
It's basically like if you're gonna watch a movie about Barbie dolls that's played by like live actors.
Very famously extremely attractive actors.
You're basically expecting there to be some kind of joke referencing that they are Barbie dolls.
Right.
with no genitalia.
Right. Seems pretty obvious. He skipped right over the bit where Ken said that they should hang out, but he doesn't really know why.
Yeah.
You know, that's another example of the same joke that they're playing off, right?
Boyfriend, girlfriend?
Because we're boyfriend, girlfriend?
Try to find the person who is playing with Barbie. And immediately, upon arriving in the real world, Barbie is hit with an overwhelming tsunami of sexism. Like, right away, boom! She walks in, and a bunch of men just leer at her and say, "Give us a smile, blondie," which is something that no one under the age of 70 has said to a woman in the recent past.
Wow.
Give us a smile,
Wow, live in the real world for 2 seconds. Jesus Christ.
Oh, that's pleasing, isn't it? That's just like Ben Shapiro tries to tell us what what sexism people experience. That's good stuff. Oh, that's really special.
Well, you know, maybe this is again somewhere where we have to assume that he knows he's chatting shit and it doesn't matter because he's talking to a bunch of dudes who do not step outside of the house ever.
No, they do step outside of the house. This is part of what I'm trying to get at. Thank you absolutely for bringing me back on point here, because pretending that sexism is over and that this is old-fashioned behavior
that people don't experience, like, that's tame street harassment. Like,
well, he's not saying that people don't experience street harassment, to be clear. He's saying this kind of street harassment is a bit naff and isn't as inappropriate as real street harassment would be. And it's like, yeah, bro, it's the Barbie movie. Weren't you just complaining a second ago that they were being too lewd?
Yeah, but also, like, people telling women to give them a smile, that happens all the fucking
Every day. Every day. It happened to me yesterday. It happened every day. There was a huge campaign around the feminist consciousness raising of the 2010s, specifically about not telling women to smile. It was one of the, like, big catchphrases. So embarrassing. Just so embarrassing that a grown man would pretend not to know this stuff. You know? And again, I just really want to hammer home. I know I'm really beating everyone over the head with it. I'm beaching everyone over the head with it right now. But seriously, it's really important for us to remember that he knows, and he's treating his audience like idiots, because them being idiots is a safe space for them. Them being stupid little baby boys who don't understand anything about the world, who are taught by another stupid little baby boy, Ben Shapiro, who doesn't understand anything about the world, right?
Yeah.
This is a safe space for them. It makes them feel comfortable in their fifis. That's the point.
Andy, seriously? We get Barbie explaining that all of the men who are leering at her.
So he would like if the sexual harassment is more explicit and more accurate, according to what he believes, is a crucial thing. Also, like, again, in terms of pretending not to know, like, genuinely, obviously a lot of men are genuinely, like, shocked and horrified when they start learning how much sexual harassment women experience in everyday life. But they do know that it does exist. And they also know that it takes a variety of forms, and they also understand implicitly that it is not the heights of it that's the problem, but the continuous and constant nature of it that's the problem. And that
attrition shit.
Exactly. That if one time some guy came up to you and was like, "I'd like to blah 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 and blah blah, blah and I think you'd be really good at blah blah blah, and I bet you're a slut," and like says a bunch of horrible stuff to you right away, but it happens once to you in your life, it would not have nearly the same effect as when women are told every day, multiple times, to smile by men. He understands this implicitly, and he's deliberately pretending not to, because that's the game.
And gazing at her, they have an undertone of violence. Everything's she's threatened. She's physically threatened, because this is the real world. The real world is not like Barbie Land. In the real world, all women are victims. They are deep and abiding victims of the system, as we'll learn by the use of the word patriarchy no less than 10 times.
No group of people in history have ever experienced oppression without fighting back against it and overthrowing it if they experienced the oppression for real. And if they didn't fight back against it and overthrow it, then they didn't experience the oppression for real. Oh, what's that? You stupid feminist? Shut the fuck up.
she gets arrested like twice for various crimes. Even the police officers are rabid, raging sexists. The police officers are hitting on Barbie.
Even the police officers.
Damn, you think the police would be rabid, raging sexists? I wonder how Ben would feel. Again, I don't know if he has a daughter, but if he does have a daughter, how he would feel about her being arrested. If it would play across his mind at all that the men who are arresting her might treat her with gendered dynamics, and what that could mean in a system where men, overwhelmingly men, in these roles, are given powers to detain, handcuff, order around, use violence on the people who are under their custody. How he would feel about all of that were that to happen. Because it's fucking obvious, and he obviously knows this.
Personal anecdote, a friend of mine took her teenage sister to the police like years and years ago, after she was being stalked down the street, and the police officer immediately started hitting on her. Like the teenage sister.
Lexi Plays Fast, thank you so much for tipping £10 and saying pour les snacks. And Tamus Titus has tipped £20 and says, this must be at least one croissant.
Beautiful.
It's one croissant, Michael. How much did it cost? £20? Yes. Everyone in chat, please tip more 20 poundses so I can buy more croissants. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, everyone. Please remember, if you're enjoying the stream, consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. And if you have a Prime account, you can link it to your Twitch account. You can give me a free subscription. It doesn't cost you anything. It does give me real money. It's very cool. Think about it. That's if you already have a Prime account. I am categorically not endorsing getting a Prime account if you don't have one. This is also why I prefer tips over subscriptions or cheering, because, Bezos doesn't get any of that. It's pretty neat. Cool. Just seeing something odd in chat. Oh, what's this? This person being an ass? Only policies I know Ben believes should be implemented by the government on trans issues is 18 plus for puberty blockers and no transgender completion in women's sports. So, you're not even
18
not
plus
even
for
typing the words you mean
puberty
to.
blockers doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't. You can disagree with that, but that's not erasing you from the world. So you've picked on a trans person to deliberately start arguing to be a dickhead. That's cool. That's really cool. When you get back from your timeout, you should tell us all how old you are, since you have really well-formed political opinions. I bet you're old and distinguished, and if you're not, then it must be that you're really smart to be so young and still have such strong, well-thought-out, cogent opinions about things. Schmarty says, Ben, catcalling is a myth, Shapiro. Yeah, it's like, this is the appeal, and this is where the outrage clicks come from, is guys like that. This is, by the way, a big part of why I do liberal slop and I don't do these guys. The outrage clicks come from watching what shapes they'll contort themselves into for the purpose of the outrage clicks. Yeah. What ridiculous thing will Ben Shapiro say about the Barbie movie? I mean, you're all watching it right now. It works, right? But it's just
the WAP song that he went on a rant about, right? It's like
Ben Shapiro reads the lyrics to WAP.
Yeah.
Exactly. Everyone wants to watch that because we all know Ben Shapiro is a fascist and he has fascist opinions, and now he's reading a song with explicit lyrics. Yeah. Wow, how amazing. And it's just like, it's all there to drive and promote his reach and increase his reach. And this is why I'm also being so blunt and beating you over the head with this thing about he's trying to get you to believe that he believes what he's saying, because that's really it. Like, once you see that, these guys, there's nothing else to them. And this is what I'm saying about Tucker, right, and Tuck facing. There's nothing else. His career is built on pulling a slappable face that looks like he's having bowel issues. That's it. That is it, right? Anyway. Oh, the same person said earlier, I wouldn't judge a Catholic who eats a cracker as Jesus, even though I think that's fucking stupid personally. So you're just being obnoxious all around, really. Just having a look through what asinine, boring comments you've made. I think Ben's tradition is against dressing as not the gender you're born as. Deuteronomy 22:5. So what do you mean Ben has a choice at Look and Nagel? Oh, come on now. Come on, that's pretty pathetic. As if there are no Jews who reconcile having nice and good beliefs that make fucking sense with their religion. Actually, Judaism promotes philosophic inquiry and explicitly, repeatedly says that if things come about, new information comes into the world that makes you question the Torah, then good. You know, this is why the Talmud is an ongoing conversation of rabbis across thousands of years, because the whole fucking point is enlightening oneself and making new discoveries. Conservative politics are not inherent to anyone's fucking religion. What else we got? Well, they're still in their timeout for now, so on the naughty step, because they've been naughty. But I really do want to hear how old they are when they get back. Okay, cool. We'll carry on with the video. Oh, Mead and Math, thank you so much for tipping £25. No message.
Observations about her appearance. Ken, meanwhile, is getting super happy because Ken, who has been sort of an underling in Barbie Land, now he's realizing he's part of the patriarchy, and the patriarchy is awesome. Ken is loving the patriarchy. Now, you might imagine...
Okay, this is going to be a really crucial ideological formation, what's about to happen here. Because, as I'm saying, pretending the patriarchy doesn't exist, pretending they don't understand the patriarchy, pretending the patriarchy doesn't have real implications, pretending the patriarchy has been effectively neutered or constrained or regulated by modern feminism, is crucial to operating the patriarchy. So, Ken, naive little himbo, experiencing the patriarchy and thinking that it rules and is awesome, you know, is a I was saying earlier, like, they're being too charitable to men, but, like, you know, it's a clever point that the film makes, right? That if you had an absolute fucking idiot, a total buffoon who doesn't understand the real world at all, right? And he had only experienced Barbie world where he's nothing and not important, then he would probably pretty quickly be like, this rules, dudes rock, right? So what Ben is about to do, whatever it is, we should probably watch pretty closely.
Imagine at this point that the way the film is going to go is that Ken and Barbie are going to have to some sort of agreement about seeing each other as equal human beings. You might imagine that's where it's going to... Wrong. That's not where the film is going to go. You might have thought that what you were going to get was Ken gets treated with respect as a person, and Barbie gets treated with respect as a person, and that's a better... No, wrong. In the end, not to skip ahead, Barbie Land just gets restored and the men are still subservient. That's the best version of the world. Okay, so Ken is walking around and he's really enjoying the patriarchy and all of the...
That's, again...
It's Barbie Land.
Again, that's not true and not what happens. He learns that he's Kenough. And being subservient to Barbie has a particular role, right? Like, being Kenough, or, you know, in this case, being Benough, loving your wife and honoring her in all of her beauty and infinite wisdom, is an essential part of knowing and loving beautiful women. I'm getting distracted by how much I love my wife right now. Sorry, everyone. And the message that would put Ken in a subservient role at the end of the movie, right, is aimed for men who exist in the real world. Learning that you're Kenough is an important facet of what men need to escape what makes them miserable, i.e. the patriarchy. All right.
And he explains that men rule this world, and he goes to Mattel, and all the members of the board are men. By the way, I'd like to see a corporate breakdown of the Mattel board. I'll bet I can find it. Like, the CEO of Mattel for 30 years was a woman, so there's that. They pretend that, like, Mattel is all run by men, so now I want to know who's the...
A CEO is essentially a corporate mascot, Karen.
Board. Okay, CEO is... Chairman and CEO is a dude. The board includes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... It includes 5 women. So it's 6 men and 5 women.
How many people are on the board?
How many people are on the board? Right, let's fucking go. Mattel.
But it doesn't matter,
company.
it's symbolic.
Company board. Board of directors, Mattel Inc. So there are 13 people on the board, and 5 of them are women. So women are in a significant minority on the board. Cool. That was easy enough to check. That was easy enough to be honest about, wasn't it? Considering that women are... How much of people are women?
More than half. And also considering that the product
Clearly patriarchal domination. Clearly patriarchal domination. Just wanted to look that up just for the sake of, you know, accuracy. Whenever I do these reviews, like, oh, you're taking the movie too seriously. The movie takes itself too seriously, guys.
The movie doesn't take itself very seriously. What are you gonna say?
It's symbolic. He's taking it too literally.
Yeah, for sure.
It pretends to be a comedy, but it's taking itself super seriously. Fine. So, it's all men at the top of Mattel, and they realize that Barbie and Ken have escaped Barbie Land.
I'm saying all of this, and I'm saying this about, like, the, you know, the emotional safe space that he's giving to his audience, because, like, it is just really important to always remember Ben as feeding talking points to the worst people on Earth. Just, like, all of this is a script for how that coworker you absolutely can't stand is going to talk about the Barbie movie next time you see him.
And this presents some sort of threat. What kind of threat? Because the writers are shitty, they don't bother explaining. They're just like, a threat! And Will Ferrell acts all weird and goofy, like Will Ferrell, and he's funny, because it's Will Ferrell acting weird and goofy. But he's not funny, because it's just Will Ferrell with no actual plot or dialogue to speak of, just being weird.
You missed all the plot because you were taking... Because you were furiously scribbling notes with your phone torch out in the middle of a movie theater.
He wants her to get back in her box.
Yeah. So what was he saying there's no threat of?
Because the writers are shitty. Whenever I do these reviews, like, oh, you're taking the movie too seriously. The movie takes itself too seriously, guys. It pretends to be a comedy, but it's taking itself super seriously. Fine. So, it's all men at the top of Mattel, and they realize that Barbie and Ken have escaped Barbie Land. And this presents some sort of threat. What kind of threat?
Oh, yeah, that's actually very easy, and it would be readily apparent to... If anyone in the chat hasn't seen the movie, by the way, I'm just gonna start describing this, and then I'll get to what the threat is, and I'm very confident that you will have understood by the time I'm done explaining. Barbie lives in Barbie World, which is some kind of weird multiverse dimension thing, right? Some kind of pocket universe just for Barbies. And their lives are dictated by their relationships to the real world. There is some kind of feedback loop, right? Where Barbies experience their lives because of how they're treated in the real world. The existence of stereotypical Barbie is because everyone has in their minds a stereotypical Barbie. The existence of weird Barbie, the Barbie who's been played with too much and messed around and scribbled on and drawn on and had her hair ripped out and colored and all this stuff, is because people frequently do this to Barbies. The presence of Barbie's irrepressible thoughts of death, etc., are because someone in the real world is imagining an otherwise stereotypical Barbie starting to experience irrepressible thoughts of death, shame, feelings of not being enough, imposter syndrome, and so on. So Barbie coming into the real world, I'm just giving a pause for everyone to come to a conclusion why this might, if you were going to contrive a threat, right, for your movie's sake to move forward, it's a bad feedback loop, right? It's corrupting the, you can't have, Barbie can't be in the real world because then the etc. and go on, blah, 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 right? It's just like Barbie should be in Barbie world. They don't get into all this technical detail or whatever, but Barbies should be in Barbie world seems like a pretty easily comprehensible rule of the plot, and you can bet that someone's absolutely insufferable coworker who's never seen a tit in real life has wasted the best part of an afternoon telling them that the Barbie movie makes no sense because they haven't established what the threat is, and she's wasted her afternoon explaining to him what the threat was in the movie when it's really obvious, even to people who haven't seen the movie, who've heard the basic premise of the movie, because it's really just not hard to imagine at all. Oh right, Barbies should stay in Barbie world. That seems like a pretty obvious rule of the plot and the premise.
Because the writers are shitty, they don't bother explaining. They're just like, a threat! And Will Ferrell acts all weird and goofy, like Will Ferrell, and he's funny, because it's Will Ferrell acting weird and goofy. But he's not funny, because it's just Will Ferrell with no actual plot or dialogue to speak of just being weird.
I love when he starts running out of steam like that, you know? Like, the most classic is all his ums and ahs. And I'm just, to be clear here, I'm relating to this, right? Like, you do, like, stumble over yourself while you're trying to think of a point, but there are points where he is trying to think of a point much more than he is saying anything, and hitting pauses and umming and ahhing more, right? And just now, right, stumbling over, like, there's no plot, it's just goofy, yeah. It's just like, buddy, come on. You know, the facade of him believing any of the stuff that he's saying is wearing thin, because it's just like, no. You didn't pay attention to the movie.
We'll fill that in later. There's so many places in the script where it's basically like the writers just, they left a gap and they're like, we'll leave a couple asterisks, we'll fill it in later, and then later they got there and they're like, nah, we'll just skip right over it. Fine. So they figured they gotta track down Barbie and Ken. And meanwhile, Barbie is trying to track down the girl who's playing with her, and she mistakenly thinks that it is a teenage girl who is playing with her and who is unhappy. And at this point, she receives a lecture from the teenage girl about how Barbie has ruined the world and actually is fascist. How Barbie is a sexualized capitalistic emblem. How Barbie has created unattainable feminine ideals. How Barbie is ruining the planet with rampant consumerism. You get like this full lecture right in the middle of the film. It's truly awful. It's truly awful. She's called a fascist.
It's truly awful. I couldn't stand it. It was too much. It's truly awful. Ah. It's pathetic. This is pathetic. Can you imagine being a guy who takes this guy seriously? Can you imagine what a weak, like, insecure little baby man you'd have to be to see him talking about the scene where, yeah, a very woke teenager, yeah, lectures Barbie a bit. And he's going like, it's a lecture in the middle of the movie. It's awful. It's like, god damn, dude, fuck.
By the way, it only sets up the only good line of the film. Truly, in my opinion, there's one good line in the film, and that is where Barbie is trying to contemplate whether she's a fascist or not, and she says, I don't control the railways or the flow of commerce. Now, there's only one problem with that line, as with the entire movie. There is no character consistency. Barbie is supposed to be an idiot bubblehead piece of plastic from Barbie Land. How does she know what a fascist is? How does she know?
She's actually not supposed to be an idiot. They're actually really explicit that although Barbie is beautiful, that doesn't make her stupid.
She's like Pinko the Clown.
Because you can be beautiful and also know lots.
The whole movie is lots of like fun with naivety versus like references and knowledge and understanding poking through, right? I think that's really like this.
Yeah.
The tone of the whole film.
A clown is supposed to know nothing and also know more than anyone else in the scene. Yeah, of course. And that's very, very much the character of Barbie in the Barbie movie. She knows nothing but also more than anyone. Sure. Yeah. Sure. Oh, thank you so much, Kiyoshine, for tipping another £5 and saying, oh god, I need to learn some French. Plus d'argent pour acheter tout le croissant pour Nat. It's for croissant. I know that bit. I understand the word croissant. Simply Bet has tipped £5.85 and says, do you think he knows how incredibly anti-Semitic conservative Christians are, and he's hoping it won't affect him? If Christian nationalists win, Ben won't be spared. Also, happy birthday, Nat. Yeah, I mean, this is something people point out often, and it's worth touching on insofar as, like,
it's sad.
It's pretty fucking sad. Ben Shapiro receives a ton of anti-Semitic abuse.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he knows.
He absolutely knows, yeah. Unfortunately, this is his job, and it makes him a lot of money, so he's not gonna stop, right? Sie wissen das nicht, aber sie wissen, dass es nichts ist, aber sie tun es. Only in this case, it's not knowing, it's hoping, right?
Yeah.
Sie hoffen, dass es nichts ist, aber sie tun es. Sure hope the leopards don't eat my face. My friend just said, just texted me and said, watching you play Zelda while I play Zelda. That's really cute. Right, let's carry on. Fuck's sake. Fucking bet. Shut up. I said my friend because I don't want to say which friend. Can you just... Right.
What about the flow of commerce? Like, again,
oh, he's fully
talk-facing. Fascist is. How does she know about the flow of commerce? Like, again, just in terms of...
That's why it's a joke. That's why it's funny.
Yeah. it's funny that she's using a very specific and literalistic definition of what fascist is compared to this teenager's understanding of what a fascist is, which is kind of just based on vibes.
I just here it's worth saying the absolute most standard unit of misogyny is dudes doing exactly this, hearing women make jokes and going, because they can't conceptualize
tuck facing,
women
because
jokes
women
and being funny.
Women aren't allowed to make jokes.
And going,
absolutely, it happens to me fucking constantly. Absolutely, it's insufferable, honestly. Oh, I'm gonna die a lot in this shrine. Pals, you're about to watch me die so many fucking times while Ben is destroying the Barbie movie. It's so embarrassing. It's this, you know, it's the opposite of the aesthetics of intellectualism, you know, because he's deploying the aesthetics of intellectualism constantly, but it's like his intellectualism is a masculine aesthetic. He's specifically using it as a masculine aesthetic, and then like the ignorance being deployed like might be a real ignorance for people who he's handing the talking points over to, but like his ignorance is just a facade as well as his intellect.
I mean, very like nostalgia critic style kind of performance of
they
like,
gave Batman a credit card. Yeah, exactly. I watch Ben Shapiro, so you don't have to.
Character consistency, like characters who actually are the characters, makes no sense whatsoever. So, meanwhile, Ken is wandering around, enjoying the patriarchy more and more and more, and he keeps asking men about the patriarchy. And at one point, he asks him about the patriarchy, and the guy says, well, that's not really the way that it works here anymore. He says, really? He says, no, it still works that way. We just hide it really well.
Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Hang on a second. I really want to pay attention to this bit. This should be good fun. This should be some good fun. What's his reaction to this idea that the patriarchy still very much exists, but they just hide it by pretending it's not there? Oh shit, I accidentally muted him. That's the worst time.
Again, you can't even present the mild other side of the film. And this
other side.
Nothing to say. Absolutely categorically nothing to say. His shit has been rumbled. He is shook.
Pure tuck facing. Nothing but tuck facing.
Nothing but tuck facing. Retreat to the tuck face if you get called out. Men, they're sieging the gates. Retreat to the tuck face right away. I'm gonna check in with chat. Has that person come back? I really want to know how old they are. I hope they're still watching since I gave them so much attention. I'm so interested in what they have to say. I really, really want to hear more of their intelligent arguments. I'm so shook up by their clever arguments. Gidiox, if you're still watching this, please don't go away. I want you to come back after your timeout and tell me how old you are. Where are we at? Oh, you're back. Hey, Gidiox, how old are you? Wendy Pixel Curatrix says the little robots are very cute. They are cute, but they fuck me up. Cute little robots destroy leftist Twitch streamers, so true. Got destroyed with arrows and beams. No, you don't, Sophie. I'm literally having to watch it right now. Well, I'm having to think about Ben Shapiro, so you don't have to. How about that? Oh, Jidiox says, see previous comment. Whatever, back to be clear, since you asked, I'm 16. Shouldn't be on Twitch then. You'll get your account permabanned if you're saying that you're underage. Sick with COVID. Can't talk about COVID on Twitch either. Didn't mean to agitate chat, and to be fair, I probably should have dropped it earlier. I was just raised to not judge other people's beliefs as reflective of their person. That's, that's very open-minded of you, but, people's beliefs can be extremely reflective of their person, as we're trying to kind of pick apart here with Ben. So, I think if you are, open to just sticking around and learning more about this, What's this? Yeah, also, like, Shield Aiden's making a good point here. ErinInTheMorning.com, with the map of where it's currently not safe to be trans. If you are looking to educate yourself and learn more sincerely, there's a lot of resources out there that you can learn from. And again, if you're approaching everything with intellectual curiosity, I think there's a lot of lovely people here who will be happy to chat to you about stuff. But you know, please. Please try and stay clear of people like Ben Shapiro. As I'm making very clear here, he's a liar and a fucking grifter, and you don't need that in your life, however old you are. Let's carry on with Ben's big brain.
Sort of nonsense continues. The first third of the film is about how Mattel is kind of bad for creating this fancy land. Second third of the film is about the real world evils of the patriarchy. Oh, the patriarchy. Oh, the patriarchy. Culminating in an idiotic line where one of the low-level members of Mattel is with the board, and Barbie is looking for a woman at the board. And the low-level man says, "I'm a man with no power. Does that make me a woman?" Ah, ha, 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 ha. No, you can't parallel park. That's what makes you a woman. Okay? And in any case.
Powerful stuff here. Powerful stuff. He was so pleased with himself. You know? And it's like, again, right, this is the facade of not knowing, right? This is the crucial facade of, like, that he's letting slip deliberately here to make a sexist comment. Now, I'm not responding to this, like, so super triggered because women can drive and sexist men think that they can't drive or whatever. That's not really what I'm getting at all. Oh, no way, I ran into a thorn. Wait. I ran into a thorn and got hit by a blast. Which one killed me? I don't even know. He's so pleased with himself right now, right? And this isn't me being super triggered as a woke trans feminist, right? That he's making sexist comments. This is just like, he's been keeping up the facade of not understanding how patriarchy works. He even talked about a bit where they talked about how men pretend they don't know how the patriarchy works and had nothing the fuck to say, because what can he possibly say to that? They're exactly right. And then he makes a sexist comment. And if anyone was trying to call him out on this, well, obviously it's ironic. It's obviously ironic in the context of a 43-minute video where he's talking about sexism and the patriarchy constantly. Him portraying sexist ideals that, you know, old people might have, old-fashioned people used to believe under the patriarchy. Well, he obviously doesn't believe that.
It's also, that's his response to actually, like, quite a bit in the movie that's, like, quite knowing, like, so many, especially, like, younger guys will be, like, learning about feminism for the first time and will say, like, you know, categorically that they can't have any patriarchal, like, will be like, but I'm poor, basically, or I'm oppressed under capitalism.
The patriarchy isn't making me powerful because I don't have any power.
And that's like a fun, like, it's.
But as ever, privilege are the doors that you don't notice are being opened for you, not like the doors that would be closed in your face otherwise.
But also, it's a liberal lie about what patriarchy is that tells people it's all about that feminism is simply about, like, people having equal opportunities for job types or whatever, rather than, like, interacting with the means of production as a form of social control for the whole of society. And so, like, yeah, I'm not doing a good job. I'm too warm to expand on my thoughts.
You're too warm.
Yeah. but it's quite a knowing little joke.
It's something that to revisit
would rumble the kind of thing that Ben Shapiro would say in response to conversations about feminism, like, at the drop of a hat.
Incidentally,
and he has nothing to say about it.
Incidentally, by the way, I think, like, not not processing the line and how knowing it was This was one of my least favorite moments at the Dolls Go Free screening. Not to roast my trans sisters right now, but like huge scream from 300 trans women in this room after the guy said, "I'm a man with no power. Does that make me a woman?" Like massive laugh. Someone down the road from me was like, "Hell yeah!" And it was like, I don't feel like we're having a reaction to this line that like conveys a deep understanding of this line.
I mean, it's okay. Everyone can have their fun. But
yeah, no, I'm not trying to shit on anyone's fun. But it is just like, yeah, it was a bugbear for me. But yeah, like the line, "I'm a man with no power. Does that make me a woman?" Right? They're commenting on what you're saying, right? That this is a common like complaint from men about the concept of the patriarchy and feminism. But also
same as like white people being like, "But I'm poor, so I can't be like." I mean, this is where privilege conversations get really screwed up and
yeah. And a class-based analysis would be much better, which is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
Because at the same time, it's also examining how men who have all their power removed, especially masculine power, right?
Yeah.
Are treated similarly to women. You've been using a term recently, feminized people, that distinguishes between cis-het men, typically white, and everyone in the world who is feminized by society in some functional form, right? So this includes, of course, cis women, but it also includes trans women, of course, whose everyday, women's everyday experience is of being feminized by society and everything that comes with that. And we're not talking about the way that, taking your estrogen feminizes you. I'm going to go full screen because my switch has timed out a little bit, and I just want to discuss this for a moment. We're not talking about feminizing in the sense that like taking your estrogen pills feminize you. We're talking about feminization as in being treated in a feminine role in society. And so of course women are treated in a feminine role in society. That's definitional. But also non-binary people and transmasc people who are known as being transmasc, right, are feminized by society. They're treated as an other gender besides cis men. But also you've pointed out how because like a lot of menial and care labor is performed by men of color, this is also feminizing because it's immigrant
John
labor. Duncan
has a really, really fantastic video that kind of explores this. But also like the under patriarchy, men without power are encouraged to recoup their patriarchal wages by exploiting working class women around them, right? Even just psychological wages of patriarchy.
What?
That's it.
Okay. I'm saying that like they are being like that they are like the line is knowing in the second sense that it does actually buy into a more class-based analysis of feminism. That he's questioning whether he is put into the subjugated class if he has no power. And in some senses the answer is yes.
Right, but not in the subjugated class of women, but...
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Back to the video. I just think it is a worthwhile thing to pause on. And then like Ben Shapiro's response, of course, is a flippant sexist joke. Because we're getting like he's digging into something that's getting actually a little closer to really examining how the patriarchy works, and so he pulls it right out, right? Like this is a really common tactic that you'll see with like typically older, but like any like reactionary dude who's like flippantly and smugly trolling you to try and waste your time. Someone who actually knows what they're doing, not just someone who's been fed these talking points and is kind of ignorantly muddling through them while they waste a lot of time being informed by the women around them, right? But rather someone like Ben Shapiro absolutely will do this exact thing all the time, right? he didn't have a good line when they said the thing about men pretend the patriarchy isn't real. That fucking rumbled him. This rumbled him as well, but there was a flippant and easy sexist response he could make. And furthermore, he knows he has layers of defense if someone were to call him out for being sexist there. But the problem is, them even calling him out for being sexist there would be missing the point. What they should call him out for is being dismissive of the point that was being made.
Is running away from higher hanging fruit, because the reason that I thought that was so interesting is that, like, I know that he recognizes the argument that they're referencing in that joke.
Yes. And again, like, as well as racialized groups being put into roles that are feminizing because of the roles that they're in, racialized, like, racism is frequently feminizing. Frequently different, like, Asian men would be a really good example of this. Like, you said Orientalism. Yeah, like, some racial groups, the men are treated by white supremacy as being, like, less of a threat to white women, in fact, just less virile in general, right? And, like, yeah, that's just, like, another way in which the patriarchy overlaps in feminizing, brackets, bad people. Not feminizing bad people. That's what happened to me. I was naughty. No. In feminizing, as in imposing feminine social roles and ideas and reactions onto people. We will now carry on with the video game and the video. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. Oh,
we get here a few obscure jokes.
Ironically, I forgot to hit the transition button. Cool. Here we go.
Jokes about Proust Barbie, because again, Noah Baumbach has to show that he wrote some of the script. He made a reference to Proust. Doesn't that make him clever? Ooh.
It's also like Ben's implicit sexism here. Like there's places like what he just did where he's being explicitly sexist and he would be able to hide behind, oh, it's ironic and blah blah blah. And here, it's maybe not even occurring to him that he's a horrible sexist. Noah Baumbach must have written the reference to Proust. Of course, that was Noah Baumbach who did that bit. That couldn't have been Greta Gerwig.
Was that what just happened there?
All she directed was Little Women and Lady Bird. Like, she has no connection to classical culture. She only directed Little Women. Fucking embarrassing, Ben.
Ooh. Next, you will make a reference, I would assume, to Victor Hugo. Wow! Proust! Woo! Idiots who think they're...
You referenced the Wagnerian ring cycle in this video.
He's literally like, they're trying to get these aesthetics of intellectualism into this movie, and it's so dumb. I can see right through it. Haha, I got that reference. That's nothing.
I can see right through it because I'm so smart.
We're smart. It's total... Okay, then Barbie escapes the Mattel building. They were going to package her up and they were going to send her back to Barbie Land. And she instead runs and she escapes the Mattel building. And she hooks up with America Ferrera. So America
if only.
Ferrera is the actual one who's playing with Barbie as a youth. And it's her daughter who Barbie had originally approached. Twist! Hey, and she decides that in order to escape the Mattel executives...
Why is he treating he's just insulted that, like, he was subjected to a reveal. Like, he didn't like, predict that. He wasn't like, oh, I bet it's going to be the mother. And he didn't tell us that he thought, oh, I bet it's going to be the mother, not the teenager. He experienced a twist in the movie, and now, like you're saying, it's very nostalgia critic. Like, his commentary on there being a twist is for him to yell, twist.
I was led to believe that it would be one thing, and then it turned out to be another thing. They think I'm an idiot.
What is this, some kind of twist? Yes.
She's going to have to bring both of them back to Barbie Land. Why does she bring both of them back to Barbie Land? No one knows. There's no actual, there's no explanation as to why she's supposed to bring both of them back to Barbie Land.
I mean, A, do you need one? But B, isn't it implicit that if you're, like, taking this girl's mother to another reality and she already knows that you're from this other reality and you're all in the car together, it's just kind of fair enough for her to tag along? Like, what a fucking bizarre thing to say. It's Barbie Land. She's gonna be fine.
Supposedly, it's because she needs to escape back to Barbie Land, but she could do that without the two of them. But she decides she's going to bring them back. She brings them back to Barbie
the help.
Meanwhile, the
needs
Mattel
help.
executives
That's why she went
are
out
chasing
of
her.
Barbie Land.
Now, question.
To
Why are
find
they chasing
them
her?
and get their help.
He really just wasn't watching the movie because he was too busy scribbling on his little pad. God fucking damn. Can you imagine being a parent who's brought their daughter to see Barbie, and then you're sitting next to Ben Shapiro with his torchlight on, scribbling his little pad in the middle of the film? God, what a creep, honestly. But like, yeah, he just missed the fucking movie. He's missed more of this movie scribbling on his pad than I missed because there were 300 trans women yelling through the whole thing. Honestly, he's missed it all. Jesus. Okay.
They achieved their goal. Barbie's back in Barbie Land. Why are they still chasing her? No one knows. It doesn't make any sense. They literally say there will be consequences you can't even imagine. And then they're like, what consequences? They're like, fill in the blank. And some dude says something about a podcast with two trees. So like, that's
yeah, sure does.
It's the laziest shitty writing. Okay, anyway. So Ken, in the meantime, he's already headed, while she was, futzing around over at Mattel, Ken is already headed back to Barbie Land, where he has immediately established the patriarchy. So just to point out here, the point of the film is that the matriarchy is amazing. The women are amazing at everything. Ken walks in, and within...
That's not the point of the movie. Let's carry on.
2 seconds, he has taken over all of Barbie Land, and he has turned it into the Kendom. Within 2 seconds. So apparently the women are so unbelievably competent.
Oh, Ken is flagging pink switch. That's fun.
I think the thing that Ben Shapiro is forgetting here is they're not women or men. They're dolls. And they don't really pretend that they behave like regular human beings because they're dolls, and a lot of the funny goofy
the British
ways
people want a government who will be strong and reduce violence against women and girls and also dolls.
but like a lot of the goofy ways that the sort of the plot and the scenes jump around as well is like deliberately like mimicking children's imaginative play as well. Like the plot is deliberately like left, this you don't have to find this satisfying or enjoyable, but like I do feel like they've deliberately
Are you trying to tell me right now that no one sits in the theater with you with a gun to your head demanding that you enjoy the Barbie movie?
I'm just saying.
Are you saying no one forces you to enjoy the Barbie movie?
I'm just saying that they're quite like deliberate and explicit about how a lot of the story and scenes and settings jump around so much in kind of like baffling, goofy ways.
Like, how do you get from the Barbie world to the real world and vice versa?
Yeah, you just pick the doll up and you move it across.
You have to ride a bike and ride a rocket ship and a boat and a car and walk and like it's very silly.
Yeah, and the whole thing, it's a musical, and it's playful. Ben really is being a loser downer when he's like, this doesn't make sense, this doesn't make sense. Anyway, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, it is absolutely nostalgia critic level media analysis through the most of this, and then the rest is just giving patriarchal talking points. Of course. I'm
just sitting here with my dinosaur toy, and I'm like, whoa, now it's a pterodactyl. Whoa, now it's an airplane.
a second pterodactyl has hit it.
Yeah, exactly.
And Ben Shapiro is saying that's ridiculous.
Exactly.
Dinosaurs, you'll find that dinosaurs are all extinct. So the idea of a dinosaur being present in modern times is absurd.
Exactly.
And brilliant and great at everything over in Barbie Land that an idiot man walks in and takes over the whole place inside of 2 seconds. Fine, so he takes over the entire place. We later learn that's because the women, they didn't know what was coming. We later learned they didn't have immunity. And the way that they get immunity is by learning to hate the men. That's the way that they have to learn.
They quite explicitly, again, and this is a point I will belabor, and I will happily belabor. The movie is really quite careful to show us that the Barbies like the Kens and don't hate the Kens. And that's part of the problem for them, is that they don't just hate them. Because if they just hated them, there would be easier solutions. But the fact that they want to reconcile everything and make everything okay and be able to live peacefully with the Kens makes it all the more challenging that the Kens are acting like this. You know?
Also, again, his like, they obviously don't learn to hate the Kens in any way. In the movie, that's a movie. But that's his framing of feminism, right? Like, they haven't been immunized by learning to hate the Kens or whatever, and that's how he describes like learning a little bit of feminism.
No, I missed. Blows. Disappointing.
Hate men. Okay, so Ken decides he's going to go back and he's going to establish his patriarchal system. We only learn this when Barbie heads back with America.
The close-up cut to show us that he's got lots and lots of notes because he's a really smart boy. Oh, that was fucking precious. That was something special. That was really delightful.
And random daughter. And Ken immediately starts acting like the jerks in the patriarchy, where he calls her baby. He calls her baby. The greatest of all insults, he calls her baby. And
oh, that is just grating. That's just that one's actually like that's actually getting to me quite severely. Just like Ben Shapiro acting like calling someone baby is under
context.
Under all context, is exactly what I'm saying. Under all context is a pleasant thing to hear. Like, imagine, like, this is just the HR meme, right? This is literally just the HR meme. Like, fucking Giga Chad walks in and goes, "Hey, baby," and she goes, "Oh wow, hey, how's it going, Ken?" And then Ben Shapiro walks in and goes, "Hello, baby, baby doll. I would like to take you out to a respectful date. We will listen to some Wagner. I have topical jokes I have prepared here on my note cards. Have you ever seen Star Wars? Me neither. But I assure you that I know all about it. I've heard about it from my friends. I want to make you roar like Chewbacca. Haha. Hey, is there some kind of, I was going to call HR, but the longer this is going, is there some kind of, like, super police? Like, preferably, like, they fire people into the sun? They don't even arrest them first? They just... There is! Okay. Yeah, because there's... Ben Shapiro, how did you know it was Ben Shapiro? Yeah, it's Ben Shapiro. Yeah. Are you going to be right over? Okay, cool.
And then America Ferrera is trying to explain to Barbie what exactly is going on. And she's like, it's just like the indigenous people and smallpox. They had no immunity. Howard Zinn wrote the script. So the ladies in Barbie Land had no immunity to the magic of the patriarchy, the magic. Women were seduced into... So, just...
I love how much... There's such a fantastic double meaning created by this organized ignorance, where the like, filmic didactic language of trying to give people their disgusting reactionary talking points is like exactly identical to the language that you would use to cut together to show Ben is fucking rumbled. Right? Like, they keep on doing these close-up cuts on him having nothing to say, or being a sexist little bitch, or, like, having nothing to say, again, like with the smallpox thing. And it's like, I would cut close to Ben's face if I were trying to, like, cut this.
It's often deliberate. I really feel like it is, like... Sometimes you're like, oh, they really thought this bit was, like, some kind of slam
you're
dunk.
saying it's for the outrage clicks.
But, yeah, no, I think so.
That's for us.
Yeah.
Okay. Possibly.
I don't necessarily... I'm not saying necessarily
I think it's for both.
this specifically, but I think it often is for this kind of thing.
Personally, I think it's for both. I think that, like, the dudes who are supposed to be enjoying this, they think it's epic that he's left speechless, because it's just such a stupid thing the Barbie movie said.
Yeah.
And we think that it's, him being rumbled.
Yeah, and a click's a click.
Which it is.
Yeah.
To point out here, the actual argument the movie is making is that
the smallpox line is rough. I'm not gonna celebrate it.
No.
Especially it's foundational lie of genocide in the Americas.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, like, it's like, yeah. No, I'm not going to dig into it, but like, yeah.
If women enjoy men, it's because they have been brainwashed by the patriarchy. They make this message explicit in just a few minutes in the film. And when I say a few minutes, I mean several years, because this...
No, seriously, the Barbies enjoy the Kens already. Very, very much the point.
Film took years off my life. It is long, it is...
Inshallah, thank you, the Barbie movie. Sorry.
Boring, and it's terrible. Okay, so the Kens are about to perform... I have a...
Uncritical support to Comrade Barbie movie for taking years off Ben Shapiro's life and sparing us from this piece of shit.
Damn sense. Okay, the Kens are about to have a vote to change the Constitution. Why? Why? Ken literally just seized power. He's a fascist. What the f*** is he gonna vote for? Why are they voting? Like, he seized power. Also, what is the breakdown demographically of the Kens and Barbies? Now,
if women can vote, fascism cannot exist.
As Barbies, because why would they hold a vote? The Kens appear to be in a minority in Barbie land. There are a lot more Barbies than Kens. So if that's the case, why even do the democratic vote thing? Why not just seize the power? Because then you wouldn't have the rest of the dumb plot of this stupid film. So they decide they're gonna hold a vote.
Yeah.
Dumb plot of this stupid film. Crucially, it's worth noting here, Ben is fucking shook. He is extremely rumbled. Dumb plot of this stupid film.
And not only are they gonna hold the vote, they're gonna be very fair about it. They're gonna hold it in 48...
This is the Barbie movie destroys Ben Shapiro for 53 minutes, honestly.
Hours. They're gonna hold it in a couple of days. To make sure that the Barbies have time to actually form a counter plan. Why would they do that? No reason. Asterisk, we'll fill it in later. Okay, so they decide they're gonna hold this dumbass vote. And the Barbies learn about this, and Barbie is very depressed. Because Barbie realizes that all the other Barbies have been taken in by the patriarchy, and this is extremely bad. Now here's one place where you have a serious continuity error in the film. So, Margot Robbie,
continuity errors. He's learned all of his media criticism from the Nostalgia Critic and Cinema Sins.
Kidding? Half the time she plays...
I think the whole movie's a lot more fun and enjoyable if you imagine the whole thing being play acted by America Ferrera's character with the dolls that she has.
Yeah. Well, it just abides by that logic every time they're in Barbie World.
Yeah.
It is like playing with little dolls.
But not just in Barbie World.
She floats down off of the third story of her house, as if she's being picked up by an invisible hand.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, the plot details abide by Barbie logic as well.
Barbie is kind of stiff like a doll, and half the time she plays Barbie is just kind of normal. And so now she plays it super stiff like a doll. She sits down, in kind of 90-degree position like a Barbie would, and she keels over in the 90-degree position. And it would be funny, except she hasn't been doing it the whole film.
She's having an autistic meltdown.
It would be funny if it was perfectly consistent.
Yeah, it would be funnier if there were no contrast against which to detect the punchline. She's having a girl autism moment. This matters a lot to me. She sits down extremely stiffly like a doll at 90 degrees and then keels over because she finds these body positions comforting and familiar, and she's used to them.
And the level of inconsistency and bad filmmaking here is just off the chart. They needed somebody to actually sit down with them and be an adult in the room, and no one was there. So, at this point, America Ferrera and daughter decide they've given up on Barbie because Barbie won't fight for herself. And so they take off. And Michael...
Such a staple, like an absolutely classic staple of reactionary film reviews is like not knowing characters' names. Like the black one in the new Star Wars movie or whatever. Right? Like, this is a constant thing. So these characters don't have any names. You can't even call them the mother and the daughter. America Ferrera and her daughter.
I mean, that's what I've been calling them, but
yeah, sure. It's just that, again, within the context of Ben scribbling on his little pad.
Yes.
Amidst all these mothers and their children.
Yeah.
Sarah, for no reason, is in this film. And he's in the back of the car, and we don't know why.
Yeah, I'm confused about that.
He's not there for no reason. He's Alan.
Alan.
He's Ken's buddy. All Ken's clothes fit him. He's not there for no reason. Ben, he's Alan. Why do you hate there being more than one male character in this movie? Do you hate men, Ben? He's Alan. He's Ken's buddy. All Ken's clothes fit him. Ben, come on now. There's a very good stated reason in the movie. He's Alan. He's Ken's buddy. All Ken's clothes fit him.
And he serves no purpose other than to have a random fight scene. And also so that they can make a Trump building the wall reference. Right? They're apparently the Kens are going to build a wall to keep people from getting in or getting out. Now, here's the weird part. No one has ever...
I guess I missed that.
I don't think that's a Trump reference in the slightest. I think that a lot of people who have enforced bad hierarchical regimes throughout history have had an instinct to build a wall.
I mean, they're still building that wall.
Kind of a... They were building walls before Trump, and they're building walls still. Building the wall is kind of a common metaphor and rhetorical touchstone that people use with characters who are evil in things.
I mean, it may well have been deliberately a Trump, like a reference to Trump.
Babe, no, I think he's just extremely hypersensitive on this issue. Like it's like genuinely zero Trumpism detected in Ken wanting to build a wall. Like, it's just actually kind of a logical follow-on. Like, he wants to enshrine his patriarchal power, so what does he want to do? Build a wall. Like, that just, it does actually just, it makes sense, but, you know, Ben couldn't possibly admit that anything makes sense in the Barbie movie.
Entered or exited Barbie Land before. Why are you building a wall? What is the necessity for a wall? Unexplained. It's just a dumb Trump reference so that everybody who is friends with Noah Baumbach and Greta Gerwig can laugh and nod, like the morons they are. And so, the daughter and the mom, they decide, no, we have to go back and we have to save Barbie Land. We're gonna save Barbie Land. And who do they go to? They go to wise, weird lesbian Barbie. They go back to Kate McKinnon and they ask her about
I love the kind of foundational hatred of, like, making things that your friends will appreciate. Like, I find that, like,
all the best things I've ever enjoyed were made for people who the person who's making it cares about.
And like I feel like so much of the time the things that you make, you're making them with people that you care about their opinions in mind as you make them most of the time.
Absolutely.
The audience is like...
Oh, I just got my shit clapped. Jesus Christ.
The audience is the secondary audience, right? Like...
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Alright.
They bring Barbie with them, and they're going to try to figure out a strategy. How do they stop the Kens from winning the vote? Now, you might say to yourself, wait, aren't the women majority? Do they not have agency, the women? They have no agency, apparently. So apparently the women have no agency, and they are a majority, and yet they have to be deprogrammed. They're going to be deprogrammed by weird Barbie and her crazy...
Now, I've been a little silent over the issue of, like, you were saying about the smallpox thing, like, it's not just the analogy they make itself being, like, quite grating, but, like, the plot detail of the women being unprepared for patriarchy. It's like, this is specifically actually a bit where I just wish the movie was better. Like, I have little to say about it because this is the part where the Barbie movie desperately needs to be Federici-pilled and is not, and probably can't be because it's the Barbie movie. So I'm not gonna, like, go on and on complaining about this, but the enclosures and capitalism and the European patriarchy were enforced through hundreds of years of genocidal violence against women. Women and people who cared about them and understood what was happening fought constantly against the patriarchy, and it was enforced with witch hunts and witch burnings and hangings. And, like, it's a, the idea that the women who live in a fantasy matriarchy Barbie world have no immunity against the patriarchy. That's just, I've not said much about it because it's a plot point that I just don't really like in the Barbie movie very much. And similarly, I don't really like how they rebel against the patriarchy within the Barbie world either. But
like, it's cute and it's silly, but it's not, like, it's obviously not, like, a good explanation of patriarchy or feminism.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Which is
it's
fine.
Fun.
It's Barbie.
It's fun. Greta Gerwig has made good feminist movies. This one's an okay feminist movie. It's very, as I said before, literally feminism for kids.
Yeah.
Like, preparing girls for the idea that when they go out into the real world, it's not going to be like Barbie world, is a good thing for the Barbie franchise to have attached to it.
And there's stuff they can do about it.
It recontextualizes everything about the Barbie doll franchise as being aspirational only. And the movie shows us that there is a gap between what we want and what is, and that's all it's really setting out to achieve, and it achieves that. It's fine, but again, it's just incredibly mild politically, and Ben getting this fucking angry about it is so embarrassing. Just checking on chat. If he was actually a film critic, people would be asking him if he was okay after seeing this review. It's so, like, and I know it's a little performative as well, but, like, yeah. He's Ken's buddy. All Ken's clothes fit him. Yeah. Correct. Bobby really beached Ben off. No, this is just him beaching himself off, honestly. Gonna start calling Ben a baby. Hell yeah. That's actually a point, though. People have been calling Ben a baby for years, and he hates it. And then he's like... Oof. Everyone, I gotta pee, so I'm gonna put the music on for 2 minutes, and I'll be right back. And yeah, essentially, and so on and so forth. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. See you in a couple minutes. Hi, and hello, and welcome back. We are streaming, we are playing Zelda, we are watching Ben Shapiro destroys the Barbie movie for 43 minutes. We are fully aware that this is outrage clicks. We are not responding to Ben as if he is making sincere arguments. We are discussing fascist rhetorical technologies and how essential it is. There's an ad break coming. Thank you for telling me. We are discussing fascist rhetorical technologies, for example, trying to get you to believe that he believes what he is saying. This is the most important aspect of his lies. Let's watch.
Boop, boop, boop. Cadre of feminist heroes.
I love you guys.
And this is when we start getting into the real. You think it's propagandistic so far? Oh man, wait. Here is where we get into like the real meat of it. Okay, so we end up with Barbie complaining.
Like, I have to assume that Ben Shapiro is that all his content is for like teenagers. Like, it so much relies on a complete ignorance of the way the world works, but also a complete ignorance of like what is obvious to every normal adult in society. But like, I don't know, I don't literally think it's for teenagers, but you know, probably a sizable part of it is for men who have not emotionally matured since they were teenagers. But like, it is just like so sinister, the reactionary grift. Anyway.
She's complaining to Weird Barbie. And she says, oh my God, they've brainwashed all the other Barbies. They've brainwashed all the other Barbies. She says, quote, either you're brainwashed or you're weird and ugly. There is no in between. And Weird Barbie says, tell me about it. And this is the perspective of the film. Either you're a third wave feminist kook who hates men, truly hates men, or you're brainwashed.
Hi, Barbie!
Hi, Ken.
There's no in between. There's no actual relationship between men and women. There can't be any sort of fulfilling relationship between men and women. There are no decent males in the entire film.
That's...
What about Alan?
Like, no, several times over here, right? Like, there are no decent males and there are no good relationships between men and women. Again, and I just can't say this enough, the Barbies and the Kens do like each other. That's part of the problem. But also, no decent males the whole film. Every Ken in this movie is delightful. It's the system they make together, thinking that they'll be happier if women are oppressed, that is the problem. Like, ugh. And then, like, the conclusion for them as well, like, Ken realizing that he is Kenuff. This is extremely, like, decent man behavior. This is all, he's just...
All the men are garbage. The only man who even appears mildly is America Ferrer's husband, who's just kind of a joke. He's there for literally 10 seconds in the film, making jokes about how he can't speak Spanish. That's his whole role in the film. Every other man is a piece of shit in the film. Everyone. And so, this is the perspective of the film.
Every other man what?
Role in the film. Every other man is a piece of shit in the film.
Every other man is a piece of shit. Sorry, he just spoke too quickly. You will all be surprised to learn Ben Shapiro spoke too quickly.
Everyone. And so, this is the perspective of the film when you come right down to it. Either you are brainwashed or you are weird and ugly. And Barbie's like, that's what Barbie says. I mean, the only decent male is Alan, who apparently wants to wear pink and probably is supposed to be, I mean, I think it's supposed to be pretty clear from the film, although, really...
Think of the children, how fucking horrifying that a man could be gay. Ugh. Ugh. It's just like, Ben Shapiro does have like some, like, it's, his whole personality and his whole brand is built around being, in some senses, emasculated, right? Like, his intellectual masculinity, right, is not the dude bro, muscly, gym rat masculinity of Joe Rogan, for instance, right? And so the ways with which he hates people must be constructed upon facts and logic. But if you pay attention to him, like, watching him experience a real, like, visceral hatred of gay people, it's just, like, it's chilling, honestly. Like, he really actually hates gay people for real.
There's nothing about Alan, the character, that really suggests that he's very much supposed to be gay.
Yeah, he's just a little emasculated.
Yeah, Ben's literally just making this statement based off the fact that he's like shy and nervous and
no, I mean,
and, like,
he's Ken's buddy. All
helps
Ken's
out
clothes
the
fit
Barbies.
him is a nod and a wink to the idea that he might be gay. But like it's like it is and it isn't, because it's
right.
Like, again, for the same reason that his character is like that, it's just that he doesn't really have much lore or character in the Barbie universe. So it's like, it's just... He's nondescript. He's Ken's... His entire character is in relation to Ken. And, like, they could have been a lot more hands-on if he was supposed to be gay with the idea that he's gay, right? They could have been a lot more, like... Ah, fuck. I'm getting just dumpstered by this shrine.
The take of the film is that all the Kens are gay. That's really the take of the film, is that it's all homoerotic kind of stuff.
Let's beach off.
Anyone who wants to beach him off has to beach me off first.
I will beach both of you off at the same time.
In any case, the filmmakers are so insecure with even their own script that they then have the narrator jet in to say, Margot Robbie might not be the best person to make this point, right? Because Barbie's saying, I don't feel beautiful anymore. And they're like, Margot Robbie. They literally jet in to say, Margot Robbie may not be the best person to make this point. Then maybe you shouldn't have written the point. Then maybe you shouldn't...
Oh, God, he's so exhausting. All right, let's talk about the point. Either you're brainwashed or you're weird and ugly. Margot Robbie is a really good person to make that point, and they're being self-aware and having a little jokey joke. Unfortunately, Ben can't detect little jokey jokes and laughos if they don't make him personally laugho, and he won't laugho. He refuses if it doesn't agree with his politics. So, what is the point and the joke in being weird and ugly and Margot Robbie being the wrong person to make this point? Well, the broader point they're actually making is that you are perceived as weird and ugly if you show to men under patriarchy that you have a personality at all. This is one of the main mechanisms by which modern patriarchy reproduces itself onto younger populations in dating specifically, right? In interpersonal social dynamics between men and women. Either you're brainwashed or you're weird and ugly. And it doesn't matter if you look like Margot Robbie, because if you understand yourself as a whole person and act like you deserve respect, you'll be treated like you're weird and ugly. And then they have to deal with the dissonance that people feel with that by having a little jokey joke, right? Filmmakers, casting Margot Robbie was the wrong person to cast if you want to make this point. Only, it's actually not directly in response to that. It's like, it's her saying that she doesn't feel Barbie perfect pretty anymore,
yeah.
Which is much more like she's saying like that she's making it very clear that because of her feelings she's right. So again, it ties into the same point, but it's not a direct response. Maybe I'm misreading what Ben has said here a little bit by pretending that it's, like by talking as if it's a direct response, but like it's all tied into the same point. Either you're brainwashed or you're weird and ugly, and then Barbie feels weird and ugly and says that she's ugly now, and then the narrator says, that's ridiculous, this is Margot Robbie. Of course, even with no makeup, in a big baggy jumper, on her worst day, wearing a trash bag even, right? She still is literally Barbie perfect, because she's Margot Robbie. And it's a very funny line, but also like reinforces through juxtaposition the point that they're making, that even Barbie can feel like this.
It's like a commentary on the kind of like pop feminism, like empowerment narratives. I felt like where you have like, you know, they love to promote very beautiful women saying, I feel insecure about my appearance.
And now I feel better because I bought a Venus razor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. I think that's implicit to it as well. Yeah. But in the context of the scene, they are discussing what's happened. Like, stereotypical Barbie and weird Barbie are discussing what's happened and how the patriarchy has taken over Barbie land. Barbie says, either you're brainwashed or you're weird and ugly, which is not contrasting to appearance states. It's contrasting to internal phenomenological states that are imposed upon you by the system. Either you are brainwashed, or you are weird and ugly. And furthermore, I feel weird and ugly because of how I've been treated. It's just... Ben gets this. He's not that dumb. I just think that it's really worth, like, with someone like Ben especially, when their whole brand within the fash sphere is the aesthetic of intellectualism, it's worth holding them to exactly the standard that they want to be held to, which is a very smart guy. Which makes him somewhat perfect for making my point. They want you to believe that they believe what they said. It's like he just turned to you and said, would it help if I karate chopped you in the throat as hard as I could right now? He doesn't really think that would help. He doesn't believe in any situation where that would help. He can't even really imagine it, but he's opening a dialogue in which you believe that he thinks it could help you, and he will now suggest reasons why it might help you, and then you will protest constantly that it won't help you, and he will settle on the most plausible of the reasons available, and then he will karate chop you in the throat as hard as he can. Cool. Well, let's carry on. Oh, let's check in on the chat again. Yeah, no, Alan's definitely gay. He's Ken's buddy. You know, it is actually pretty. Yeah, like I was misremembering when I said earlier that they could have been more hands-on. Like the cut that they showed where like they're like gonna beach everyone off, and it cuts to Alan looking kind of like flustered and weird.
Yeah.
That's very deliberate.
I forgot that.
There's apparently an ad break right now, but I'm not letting the subscribers off easy. You will also get an ad break, because now I will tell you all that if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. If you use Command Tip, I'm gonna use that money that you donate, this bar here, I'm gonna use it to buy this one here, little treats while we're in France. Little treats and presents and gifts, and just generally make sure that she has a good birthday. So if you want Nat to have a good birthday, please consider using Command Tip and donating. If you are someone who has a Prime account, you can also link it to your Twitch account. You can give me a free Prime sub once a month. It does not cost you any extra money, but it does give me real money, which I think is kind of neat. How long is this ad going on, guys? What's happening here? I'm not seeing any feedback on my end that there's any kind of ad going on, so I'm just gonna carry on wasting everyone's time while you all go to the donation link and give me money for Nat's birthday and keep on wasting the time until someone tells me about the ad. And whether it's Simply Bet says, I don't have an ad. Cool, let's carry on.
Write it like that. Maybe you should not be a writer. Maybe you could do that. Okay, no. Okay, this is when we get the full bore thesis of the film. And guess what, guys? The thesis of the film, made by women, made for women, made starring women, funded by a studio that is largely staffed by men. The take of the film is that...
Oh, now patriarchy exists.
Yeah, now he can easily assume that the studio is all men, of course. Just before he says what the take is, what do we think what do we think he wants us to think that he thinks the take is going to be? Is it going to be the very, very boring and tired reactionary patriarchal trope that feminism tells women that they can't do anything? Is that going to be it?
He's already repeated over and over that, like, the movie wants men and women to ignore each other and hate each other, I guess. And
yeah.
Which isn't anything.
No, it really isn't. It's
all.
just not what the movie says in the slightest. Really can't stress enough how much he's just really sadly, cheaply, and thinly lying about this movie. Ben Shapiro destroys the Barbie movie. Yeah, let's go find out.
It is impossible to be a woman in the modern age. Absolutely impossible. And so we get this long speech of America Ferrera talking about how it's so difficult.
Okay, cool. So he says that it's the point of the movie is that it's impossible
It's hard to be a woman.
So we're about to hear from Ben how easy it is to be a woman in countries in the Imperial Court. So I'm really excited for that.
He's not even gonna try.
Take it away, Ben.
It's difficult to be a woman. They want us to be this way, but not that way. They want us to be thin, but they don't want us to say that we're thin. They want us to earn money, but they don't want us to earn money. They want us to do this, and they don't want us to do that. They want us to answer for men's bad behavior, but they don't want us to offend men. They want us to do this, and they don't want us... Oh my God, it's so difficult to be a woman. So the same tried, truistic bullshit that they've been propagating in every new wave feminist film for the last 45 years in the United States is now essentially telescoped into this one speech from America Ferrera, including a few cutaway shots of Margot Robbie looking up adoringly at America Ferrera as she explains that it's super hard to be a woman. It's so damn difficult to be a woman. You know why? Because of the patriarchy, because of the men. That's the actual story of the film.
Well, the patriarchy isn't the men, and you know that, you pathetic, sad little creep. But also, just like, you were right. He isn't even going to try and talk about the challenges of being a woman. I'm so let down.
He's not even going to try to dispute it.
I was really looking forward to hearing Ben try and tell us that women have it really easy.
Yeah.
But like, maybe he still will. Maybe I'm jumping the gun. But like, just instead, I lost my point.
And then they make a couple of other dumb references, right? The Zack Snyder cut. The men, they like the Zack Snyder cut. Wow, that's terrible. Okay, fine. Then they say, you know what we need to do? We need to disabuse all of these Barbies of the patriarchy. How are we going to do this? We need to allow them to live with the cognitive dissonance required to be a woman under the...
I'm sorry, it's just like references to what dudes like when they joke about like men loving like horses and there's the Snyder cut of the Justice League or whatever. It's just like, Ben, they're playing with kid gloves because it's a movie for children, as you keep on pointing out. But would you rather they say that men like domestic violence, like to assert their right to women's bodies by raping them? Is that what you'd prefer, Ben? Like, would you rather they were like brutally honest about the way that the patriarchy works? No, you wouldn't. No one would rather that in the Barbie movie. Because again, it's feminism for kids. It's just a very feminism for dummies, just primer on the most basic concepts.
He says like the tired like statements from movies from the last 40 years, and it's like, that's not true. He's saying it's tired because this is the stuff he's seen sort of pop feminism saying on the internet, and he's assuming that all of his audience will just nod along as if what he said is true.
Like well-trained dogs.
Yeah, that these are statements regularly being made in movies, and they're really not.
They're really not. No, like this was like, surprise, surprise. Ben thinks the best bit of the movie is the worst bit of the movie. Like, in terms of political stances or whatever, polemics that the movie goes on, like this was one of its strongest political points. Like talking about the contradictions with which women are chastised, problematized, controlled, constantly like overwhelmed under patriarchy. Really, really worthwhile to have in here, and honestly, like massively hit home for me. Like fucking, as I'm sure it did for practically every woman who saw it. And now we have Ben fucking Shapiro telling us that it's just tired. Why? Because he wants women to just shut up.
Yeah.
He just wants women to shut up and stop telling him that women have it hard. He wants women to just shut the fuck up and never ever tell him that it's hard to be a woman ever.
I also just love, like, the thing I like...
so pathetic.
The thing I like about...
I'm sorry, I really need to just conclude this one thought.
Yeah.
Ben, you're supposedly this fucking debate champion, and all you have to say to like these tired ideas, as in you've heard them a lot of times, is that you want to stop hearing them. That is fucking pathetic and intellectually weak, sad, small, frail, nothing. Please go on.
Yes. Absolutely. I really like that this is just a little monologue given by a character who's like supposed to be perfectly average, right?
Yeah.
That's the kind of like point of her character.
Right.
And that they have this like they solve the problem by her just having her conversations with all of the Barbies to impart what she knows, what she's learned through experience.
Group consciousness raising.
Yeah, in a really humble, sweet way, right? It doesn't have to be any more than that.
Yeah.
Because it's just them doing their best.
Yeah.
I like it.
Exactly,
I like that.
right? They get a little van, they drive around Barbie World, they kidnap the Barbies out from patriarchy, they pull them into the back of the van where America Ferrera tells them like
Gives them a little speech.
Tells them like what would happen if you told the Kens to smile as often as they tell you to smile, and then they like come online and they're like, oh fuck, I have to destroy the patriarchy, you know? It's great. That rules. Awesome.
I like it.
That's what happens when the women who feel weird and ugly because they're acting like people and like they deserve respect talk to other women.
Right.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Fuck off, Ben. Cunt.
Patriarchy. That's a line from Barbie. Now again, they keep doing this. They keep having Barbie drop these extremely literate and well-articulated...
More like bitch, Shapiro, sorry.
...lines, but she's supposed to be a plastic doll idiot.
Authority should derive from the consent of the governed, not from the threat of force.
It doesn't matter. What is their actual strategy? So they have 48 hours to stop this vote, which shouldn't be...
So, to reinforce Ben's point that Barbie should be a bimbo idiot, they showed a clip from Toy Story, again, being used as the gold standard for what's acceptable in toy movies about toys. Dangerous territory here for Ben Shapiro. They show Barbie saying smart stuff, and male characters around her being confused that she is smart. Yeah, you fucking nailed that one, guys. That editor deserves a fucking pay raise.
Happening in the first place because it makes no plot sense. Because the men are fascists and the women are victims. But somehow they've been given 48 hours to stop the vote. So what are they going to do to stop this vote? How are they going to do it? Well, they're going to...
Sorry, but like, fascists hold votes on things. This whole thing that he's kept on saying, like, I really didn't want to get pedantic. Like, I've really tried not to be pedantic through this because, again, a lot of this relies on him getting us to believe that he even believes what he's saying. But, like, fascists hold votes. They hold votes where all the guys are expected to vote the same way, and if they're not, they're taken out the back and shot.
I mean, he even said, what are they gonna do to stop the vote? He knows what he's talking about.
Like, fuck. It's just, like, he's saying there shouldn't be a vote because they've just seized power. It's like, well, but what does seizure of power involve and mean and look like? They're rewriting the Constitution with a completely unilateral vote that only involves the men and doesn't involve the women at all. That is fascism. Fascism can involve voting sometimes, a little voting as a treat. It's just like him pretending to not get this stuff. It's so aggravating. Like, I wonder if there was a point in Ben's career where he really did think he was a smart guy and really like thought he was someone who could be respected intellectually, maybe even contribute to the sum total of human knowledge, you know, write some philosophical tract, right, while fiddling away on his violin, contemplating the Wagnerian ring cycle. And now, like all flanderized reactionary puppets, he's just reduced to tuck-facing and nothing else.
Separate the men and the women.
Barbie!
They're going to turn all the Barbies against the Kens. It's so subtle. The symbolism is so subtle. Turn all the women against the men and you will save society. That's the message that you could be shoveling directly into the brain of your 8-year-old girl if you so choose this weekend.
They don't separate the men and the women. The women have independent conversations together.
And then they literally put the women back again. And then they have conversations
with the men.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
He's so insecure. Or, again, the character he's playing is so insecure. It's just so, like, it's... Ugh.
Maximum volume.
So, They literally say this, get the Barbies away from their Kens. How are they going to achieve this? Well, they're going to make the men complacent and then take their power. This is how women have achieved power. Now, let me just digress briefly here in how women actually achieve power in Western civilization.
Good on you, Ben. Actually, we're going to talk about smashing the windows of Parliament and sending in bomb threats. Yeah, finally we're going to talk about some serious direct action. It's time to really talk about how feminism should work in practice and the best ways to achieve our political goals.
The answer is that they lobbied men and men gave it to them.
Oh, you're scum. The thing is though, Ben, your scum is the thing. The thing is, I forgot that you're scum. That's the thing that I forgot, is that you can only do everything in the most aggravating, grating, arrogant, and also insecure and pathetic way possible. Of course, they lobbied the men, and the men, brackets, generously gave it to them. Yeah, that's definitely what happened. That's definitely
Women
what
have
happened.
everything they have at the benevolence of men. I love it. I love not living under a patriarchy anymore.
The thing is about having like really thin, pathetic lies is that your boys, your special boys who are learning from you, the daddy, one day will Google. Logan made this point to us, right, when we were over, like how much danger the Irish state is in because James Connolly is a national hero, and someone who is a national hero is like every child in the Irish education system is one Google away from learning that someone they're being taught is a national hero and a good person said things like, if we don't achieve socialism, it'll just be the Garda kicking down your door instead of an English soldier. Right? They're one Google away from learning that Lenin called James Connolly the greatest mind of his generation. Like, you know, and similarly, right? When Ben makes an outright claim, like they lobbied the men and the men gave it to them, you know? It's like there are all these like subtle little manipulations and smug, self-satisfied tactics that he uses, right? And rhetorical tricks and gish galloping and, right? And then there's just sometimes he just tells a barefaced lie, and it's like, sorry, Ben, but eventually your boys, your little special boys, are going to Google because they're going to be in an argument with a feminist, and they're going to say they lobbied the men and the men gave them power, and the feminist is going to say, that's not true, why are you lying? And they're going to go looking for a source to prove what you told them is true. And they're going to find out you were lying to them. And that's going to be a bad day for them.
That is the actual answer as to how women achieve power in Western civilization. The amendment to the Constitution that allowed women to vote was passed solely by men because women couldn't vote. It turns out there are a lot of good-hearted men out there who like women and who want women to be able to live lives that they want. It turns out that many of us are husbands and fathers. Many of us have daughters. Many of us love the people we're married to. It turns out that that actually describes a huge number of Western men, that we are not your enemy.
Yeah, it turns out that's what the Barbie movie describes as well, is that men and women coexist with many loving relationships, and that's part of the issue, and it's really complicated because of that.
And yet the entire premise of the movie is that what actually happened in the feminist movement is that women seized the power away from the men. I'm sorry to break it to you, ladies, but it ain't true. It ain't true. And this notion that...
I'm sorry to break it to you, ladies, but it ain't true. It ain't true. I'm sorry to break it to you, ladies, babies. I know you're not really smart like I am, but it ain't true. Oh God! Whoever definitely stuck Ben's head in the toilet and flushed it didn't do it for long enough. They should have been doing it well into adulthood, and if they were, they should have carried on until now.
Women vote as a block is not true. Married women vote very much like their husbands, actually. Single women vote more like a block now than they did before. But it turns out that people are individuals, and some women vote one way, and some men vote another way.
Yes, but conservative women
But
exist.
again, the idea here is very simplistic: men versus women, battle royale, and that's what this literally turns into, a battle royale between the women and the men. But really, it's about getting the men to fight each other. They bring all the Barbies.
Sorry, it doesn't turn into a battle. It doesn't in any sense turn into a battle royale. The men become divided because they're jealous of the women's attentions, and then they fight each other. The women don't fight anyone because women are superior to men. But it's not a battle royale. Not even the fighting between the Kens is a battle royale. A battle royale is a last man standing competition where everyone is an individual fighter. Not Ben. If only Ben knew he was Benough. You know? If he knew he was Benough, he wouldn't be doing any of this. That's the really sad thing. Like, putting aside like the character he's playing and the lies he's telling about what he believes and what he thinks, like the true part of it is if he did know he was Benough, he wouldn't feel the need to do any of this. He would make content that he believes in, and he would be able to be honest about what he thinks. Because he'd know he's Benough.
One by one. They distract them. They bring the Barbies in one by one. And they unbrainwash them. How do they unbrainwash them? Well, they tell them truths, like, any power you have must be masked under a giggle. I have a question. I mean, I work with a lot of women. Do they feel like the power that they have has to be masked under a giggle? Was this film written in 1943? Who wrote this film? Well, we know who wrote this film. A feminist writer who gets paid millions of dollars to make horse. One of them says, we have to reject men's advances.
But what's relevant about how much she gets paid? What's relevant to the arguments that he's making about how much she gets paid? Are feminists implicitly communists? Should they not be paid millions of dollars? Because, like, going back to his thing about the Mattel board, right? If male writers in Hollywood are paid millions of dollars, then female writers should be too. What a bizarre thing to point out.
Without damaging their ego. Or, theoretically, you could just reject men's advances and damage their ego, because what do you care? You have to pretend to be confused about money. Is this a real thing? Like, do women pretend to be confused about money so the men will explain it to them?
No one would ever pretend to be confused about anything because they have ulterior motives, would they, Ben? Look at that face right there. Oh, jeez. I have not seen a tuck this good since...
This is all such a claptrap. And then my very favorite. Do you want some pants? Because that's really what this is about, is women really, really want to wear pants. That demonstrates the power of the patriarchy is that men really don't want women to wear pants, and women really, really want to wear pants.
Love your leg warmers.
Nice ass cut.
And then it's, you know, all the men being victimized, all the Kens being victimized by these various tactics, up to and including Ryan Gosling hitting on a trans woman, meaning a dude who has a voice deeper than Ryan Gosling, which is an actual scene in the film.
It's really cool how you're lying because you're scum. Sorry, what was I... Oh, pants, right. Should we talk about gendered clothing for a little bit, right? The enforcement of women wearing different clothes to men, right? Like, do we need to go into it? Or is it just like... The reality is that women had to fight a political struggle to be allowed to wear trousers because there were literally laws being passed to stop them wearing trousers. There are historical cases you can find of women traveling in men's garb after securing a license for transvestism from the police.
What?
Because the authorities agreed with them that it was okay for them to disguise themselves as men for this specific instance, right? There is a rich and storied history here, and Ben is just like using it to flatten everything down to, is all of feminism just women wanting to wear pants?
I think it was the Cannes Film Festival, but it might have been a different film festival where there was a big distinct, like, in the last couple of years.
Right, because the dress code required that women not wear trousers, right?
That they had to wear heels.
Right, yeah, I remember this now.
Which is worse, I know.
Yeah, no, completely. Heels are really fucking hard.
Symbolically, not necessarily, but like, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is just great.
And ableist.
Okay, so then, final step.
Sorry, but like, now that my brain's cooled off a little bit from him being such aggravating scum, Ryan Gosling hitting on a trans woman is not textual to the film. She is entirely just the same in every way to all the other Barbies who, again, have a smooth plastic lump and no genitals. And him hitting on, which... I'm assuming he's referring to when all the Barbies, like, walk over to different Kens to make them angry at each other.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't... There is no... It would be very strange in the movie that has really pointedly done a trans-inclusive in order to be good to trans people. It would be very strange if what Ben is describing were real, i.e. Ken is victimized because he hits on a trans woman, i.e. a dude with a deeper voice than Ryan Gosling. Again, like, the insecurity, Jesus Christ. But, like, it would be very strange if that were happening, because that's trans panic. That's a trans panic joke. It would be very fucking weird if the movie contained a trans panic joke after deliberately having a trans Barbie who's just the same as all the other Barbies. That's just nonsense. Again, like, just a barefaced lie where it's really thin and pathetic. Like, oh God. This is one of those times where you really wish you could get, like, Ben Shapiro audience members and just be like, see how he's just black and white lying to you? That's because he thinks you're thick as pig shit. That's because he doesn't respect you as a person. He sees you as just a number, a click, a cent in his ad revenue.
The women have been disabused. So now they're going to play the ultimate prank. The ultimate prank is that they are going to turn the men against each other. How are they going to turn the men against each other? They're going to turn the men against each other by switching partners. They're going to get together, and Barbie is going to be with Ken, classic Barbie and classic Ken. They're going to be together, but then they're going to move on to the other Kens, and the Kens are going to start fighting each other over the ladies because they're going to switch over. Now, not to put too fine a point on this, but this makes no sense at all. Because guess what would happen if a bunch of beautiful women decided to switch to other men simultaneously? You know what the men would do? They would throw a party. So they turn the men against each other, and then we get a 20-minute long segment.
So men love women and see women as people and respect women, and that's why they would give women power if the women lobbied them, etc., etc. But also, women are completely interchangeable to all men, and men feel absolutely no jealousy.
Jealousy doesn't exist.
Right. Cool. Oh, fuck, I blew myself up. That's just embarrassing. That's just fucked up.
Of the Kens fighting each other using various implements ranging from, like, small bows and arrows with sticky cups at the end to tennis rackets. Yeah. And that turns into a musical number.
Yeah, where they realize they're Ken up. This is the bit where Ben really should have listened. If he'd listened, I wouldn't need to make the thumbnail that I'm gonna make. And no, actually, then again, if he'd listened, I probably would be making the thumbnail, but under very, very different circumstances. You know, the title of the VOD would be like, Ben Shapiro realizes he has Benough. No, I'm gonna call the stream that now, shit. Yeah. Okay.
What does any of this have to do with the plot? Nothing. Literally nothing. It's just a 15-minute digression because they wanted to insert a crappy musical number with not particularly good dancing.
He just hates musicals.
And then what are the women doing?
And that's okay.
That's fine, but it doesn't make the movie, like, this... You can't be like, that makes no sense at a musical number.
Yeah.
It's a musical.
Well, he just said it was crappy.
Yeah.
During this time, the women are voting. The women are voting. So now we know the Democratic turnout strategy. The Democratic turnout strategy in 2024 is going to be to get all of the Republicans to fight with one another using tennis rackets while they go and they do the voting, apparently.
Wait,
they go and they vote.
Whoa. Okay, so the Trump thing, it really was projection. And we can see that here, because now because now we're getting to the IMAX levels of projection, right? Where he is just like, I mean, this is the moving train levels of projection. He has invented the movie camera so that he can.
Daddy, every Democrat is his mommy.
Holy shit! This is the Democrat turnout strategy. They're gonna get all the Republicans to fight each other with bows and arrows so they can go. What did it? God damn!
After they vote, they reestablish exactly, basically how it was. The matriarchy. The matriarchy is reestablished. And Ken who is now really sad because he's lost his power, and all he wanted in the first place was just to be treated decently by Barbie.
Yes.
Is he treated decently at the end by Barbie? Of course he isn't. That would be silly. At the very end, he is told that he needs to learn to live without Barbie.
Benevolence.
I just
Be grateful.
They lobbied the women, and the women gave them power.
Ken.
Ben?
There is no just Ken.
He who was literally created as a doll to be with Barbie, he needs to learn to be apart from Barbie, and she needs to learn to be apart from him, because atomistic isolation and loneliness is the best way to find fulfillment, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be best for Ken if he never sees Barbie again. It'll be better for Barbie if she never sees Ken again. Secular humanism is at its finest. We've reached the apotheosis. Men and women don't belong together, they belong...
the movie is Barbies and Kens never hang out again in Barbie Land? That's not the end of the movie at all.
Center Square. What movie were you watching, Ben? Ben should get Clockwork Orange, only specifically it's with the Barbie movie, and they just play it on a loop until he realizes he is Benough. That's it. Like, that's my sentencing for this video.
The conclusion is like, okay, Ken doesn't need to be an accessory to Barbie anymore.
Yeah, he's Kenough.
That's...
Yeah.
He's Kenough.
He's Kenough. Seriously. Clockwork Orange Ben until he realizes he's Benough.
Very, very much apart. This is all topped off by Issa Rae calling somebody a mother. Again, perfect for your 7-year-old girl who loves Barbie dolls. Just perfect for her. And so we learned that men and women are supposed to be separate. They are not supposed to be together. And
don't remember that, but maybe the dolls were all screaming through it.
The motherfucker line, yeah.
She calls someone a motherfucker.
So I guess
was it bleeped or anything?
That they got in.
Oh, okay. Right.
And maybe the matriarchy will allow the men not to be on the Supreme Court of Barbie Land, but maybe they can get some lower circuit court judgeships. This is what we learned. And we learned one day the Kens might have as much power and influence in Barbie world as women have in the real world. Because, of course, women are, again, just absolutely subjugated in the real world. You think that's the end of the wrong. This thing has more endings than the word direct. So, ending number 1 is we find out that Ken is going to live apart from
the Barbie movies all men. Like, that's...
Yeah.
He knows.
Yeah.
He knows.
Yeah,
he
but I
mean, to be convinced. He just likes it that way.
Again, disingenuous shithead tactic number 1035, like just pretending that there is that like somewhat subjugated is not a state anyone can be in, right? There's totally, absolutely subjugated, as in chattel slavery, and then there's totally and completely free. The two binary states you can be in.
The classic is if point to a law that is different for women than for men.
Oh.
And if you do, they don't accept that that's the case. And if there's not a law that specifically says women are inferior to men, then they won't accept that there's any injustice.
I just love like the reactionary intellect bro is like such a fascinating type, because they trace their lineage as being like, you know, so much to do with the you know, the Enlightenment ideals, the scientific method, all of this, but always, oh hey, Trash Future just raided. We are watching Ben Shapiro destroys the Barbie movie for 43 minutes. It has been 3 hours and 13 minutes. The Barbie movie remains intact. Ben Shapiro, on the other hand, very much not. He has failed to realize that he is Benough. He is struggling to realize that he is Benough. He cannot overcome his insecurities. A movie about a child's toy has thoroughly Cumpstered and or dumpstered him. Hey everyone, I'm Sophie from Mars. I make YouTube video essays. If you've not seen my video The World Is Not Ending, please check it out. It's the best thing I've ever made. I spent 2 years making it. It's about how the world is not ending. You may remember me from such podcasts as Trash Future, which I was on recently. Thank you for the raid, everyone. We're going to carry on playing Zelda and watching Ben fail to realize that he's Benough. Very sad.
Sad.
Nat is also here. Oh, speaking of Nat, if you enjoy the stream, if you, for any reason, find yourself enjoying the stream, in line with or against your will, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. If you donate directly using Command Tip, you'll be contributing to this bar here. Now, what is this bar? Well, there's a reward, but don't worry about that. It's very silly. It has to do with a clown who sometimes is here. The important thing is that the money will be used to buy Nat little treats because it's her birthday next week and we're going to Paris and I want to buy her lots of little treats. But I have no money. I would like your money to buy my wife little treats. Thank you. Okay, let's get back to Ben. Yeah, and also, seriously, I'm going to just quickly drop the link to The World Is Not Ending in the chat because...
Because it rules.
Because it rules. Because I worked very hard on it and it's very good. And you all deserve better than to have not seen it.
Yeah.
Homosexuality and heterosexuality.
Opened right on the bit where Abby voiced the line. That's fun. There you go. All right. Ba boop ba boop ba boop boop boop. Ben. It's Ben time. Fucking hell. Oh, I may as well repeat myself for the people who just rated in. A crucial thing that I've really been beating everyone over the head with the entire time today is and this is a standard I really want to hold looking at any fascist influences with to from now on, is it's really important to remember that what they're saying is not what they believe. Now, this is very obvious and you've definitely heard a million bajillion times before, fascists are all liars, but I have an important point here about the specific rhetorical technologies being used. Here's my analogy. I hope you enjoy it. It's like if you were out with your friend and all of a sudden he turns to you and he goes, "Do you think it would help if I karate chopped you in the throat as hard as I could right fucking now?" And immediately you're thinking, what situation does he perceive me to be in that he thinks karate chopping me in the throat right now would help? There's the rub, right? You've believed that he believes what he just said. I know it should be obvious enough to say fascists are liars and therefore Ben Shapiro, a fascist, is a liar, but it's really important specifically to look at the fact that he is telling you he thinks all sorts of ridiculous things about the Barbie movie, and he doesn't even think those things. Those aren't his authentic beliefs. His authentic beliefs suck. Don't get me wrong. Again, he's a fascist. But all sorts of claims he makes about the Barbie movie and how it works and what he thinks it's trying to say, he doesn't believe those things. He wants to get you in a space where you think that he thinks them. All right, let's go watch the video. Oh, Christ. You2 says, "I loved The World Is Not Ending. Lots of good ideas in it." Thank you so much. Fellow hogs. Look, one of your fellow hogs really enjoyed my video. Some other people who you look up to enjoy my video too. Some number of podcasters you listen to regularly, and perhaps even regular guests. And I also have been a guest, and I made the fucking thing. Please watch it. Okay.
He's going to find himself in being Ken. Ah, the utter joy of self-exploration. Next, we get an ending.
I just love, again, in the context of us talking about him not realizing he's Benough, is him saying joylessly, "Ah, yes, the utter joy of self-exploration." It's just tell me you have never partaken in any self-exploration or self-reflection without telling me that you have never reflected or explored.
In which the CEO of Mattel, who's been completely sidelined. You remember the CEO of Mattel? Remember he was supposed to be chasing them into Barbie Land for no apparent reason? So he's now in Barbie Land. We don't know why he's there or what he's there to do, except that we need Will Ferrell in the movie to provide no laughs. He doesn't provide any laughs. So he shows up. His motivation throughout this movie has been completely inconsistent. He started off wanting to put Barbie back in Barbie Land so that they could make money. And then he is told at one point that when Kens have taken over Kendom, they will make just as much money. He's like, no, that cannot be. I'm an ideologue on behalf of women. And then he arrives, and he is told that America Ferrera wants to make ordinary Barbie, which, by the way, would sell 0. Anyway, that will be profitable, and so now he wants to make ordinary Barbie because he's back to being uber capitalist, evil capitalist, who's making money off Barbie because, again, Mattel are the bad guys, but they're also the good guys. They're kind of the bad guys, but they're mostly the good, but they're a little bad. And so that's ending number 2 at this point. So we have the Barbie Ken ending. We have the CEO of...
Oh, my guy really learned absolutely every media criticism device from Nostalgia Critic and CinemaSins. The movie has too many endings. It resolves things in separate scenes. This is bad because Jeremy from CinemaSins said it was.
Mattel ending. Where he says, we'll make ordinary Barbie, and then girls all over the world will know that ordinariness is fine and okay. Because it's not that girls play with Barbie.
Almost like for everything that Ben has said about how this is constructing a matriarchy, the message for men and the message for women is actually the same. That you are enough.
Because they think she's beautiful and it's aspirational. No, it's bad. Okay, so then we have ending number 3. You think you're done?
Ding!
Wrong. We're now 2 hours deep into this piece of shit. And we have now dug halfway to China, and we are going to keep digging. So we have ending number 3. Rhea Perlman shows up to lecture us all about the patriarchy again. You haven't heard it enough. We got to beat this sucker into the ground. We are going to take an axe, the blunt end of the axe, and we're just going to beat this thing to death. We're just going to beat it to death. So Rhea Perlman shows up because Barbie, it turns out, she spent too much time.
Do you think Ben kind of staggered himself, like kind of stun-locked himself for a second there with the violence of his own imagery? And he just like had to kind of, just for a sec, he was like, ugh. You know?
Yeah.
He just said that without thinking, and then he was like, why did I say that? Almost like there's some kind of system in place that like controls people's behaviors and implicitly like gives them biases that tell them how they're supposed to behave based on, you know, characteristics like gender, that like people bear out all sorts of strange behaviors that they don't really believe in or want to be doing, but they sometimes shock themselves. They sometimes feel that what they've done is unpleasant or unfitting to who they really are. Some kind of system like hungry hippos.
In the real world, that was the patriarchy, was terrible. So terrible that she wanted to stop it from happening in Barbie Land. But now she wants to go back there because she actually learned some feelings over in the real world. So she decides that after all, this whole story was just Pinocchio, that she just wants to be a real boy. And in what can only be termed a sort of bait and switch, at the very end of the film, just to please the core audience, which is moms and daughters, they insert a bunch of footage, I kid you not, like home video footage of moms and daughters playing.
How horrifying.
That's what it is. Like people living their lives
just
in female ways.
I can't stand this fan service in my Barbie movie.
A movie.
It's sickening.
A movie for mothers and daughters containing footage of happy mothers and daughters? How dare they? The woke feminist agenda has gone too far this time.
When will they stop pandering to mothers and daughters in movies?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Codstonation has dipped £5 and says, I hope this buys at least one treat. Thank you, Codstonation. You are a well-behaved hog. Everyone else could learn a lot by being just like you. I love audiences who are used to being called hogs. I just feel much more at home, you know? I just get to settle in.
You can just be honest, you know?
U2 says, oh no, not women, the horror! Oh god. Why does he look like the worst Peter Andre impersonator? Fucking savage. Game absolutely over. You just bodied his tiny, frail frame.
Perlman is going to show Barbie what it's like to be a human, and then Barbie is going to say that she really wants to be a human just like you. Just like you. And so they hit you with the nostalgia play. At the very end, the whole movie, which should have been nostalgia and about moms and daughters, instead, the entire movie is not that. The entire movie is instead about how men are evil and terrible. And also Mattel is evil and terrible.
Did he
and
not
then at the very
see
end,
the
they shove in this little nostalgia
Alan?
play in the hope that they can buy back the
Babe.
audience at the very end.
Again, if he had seen and internalized what this movie has to say about men, I would be making the same exact thumbnail that I'm gonna make of Ben wearing the I Am Benough hoodie, but it says I Am Benough. But the circumstances of me making it would be so different. They would be so incredibly different.
Perfectly sincere.
Of the film. And Barbie decides that she is going to be a real woman now. Now, when she goes, that's ending number 3. There's still one more. So, when that happens, when she...
Okay, I would really like and appreciate if there is an aside from Ben here about how being a real woman means having a vagina, and therefore they've failed at trans inclusivity because her having a vagina makes her a real woman at the end because she goes to see her gynecologist. I will really deeply enjoy that. That would be perfect if he willfully refuses to understand or rather wants us to believe that he refuses to understand that she wants to be a human being, and since she's a cis woman human being, she'll have a vagina. But I'm really sure he's gonna do this little aside here. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. He might not. He might just leave it. But he's been so furious at the trans inclusion so far. I can't really see why he'd leave it now.
Well, that would be accepting too much of the actually cute knowing commentary of the movie to indulge it, right? I don't know. We'll see.
Well, he just picks and chooses, doesn't he? Because none of this is about engaging on any kind of consistent or cogent level.
Yeah. But
goes to.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not going to insist that the pacing of the end of the movie is perfect, but I think 3 wrapping up sections for the end of a movie is pretty normal.
For a movie
with
that has
characters.
Yeah, for a movie that contains 2 separate realities, a political revolution, a company who manufacture the people who live in the one world, 3 endings, 3 wrapping up scenes in one after the other. Honestly, we got off lightly.
Has he never watched a Marvel movie?
Oh, good lord.
They have so many of those.
When she goes into this white area that's supposed to be heaven, because the person who...
Ant-Man was a personal attack on me, because the man in the movie is very small. Sometimes, however, he can become extremely large, and I can't do that. And that made me feel really bad. It made me feel like I'm not Benough. When he was small, he had all sorts of incredible powers. I do not have incredible powers when I am small, which is all the time. I wish I was Benough.
She's thought Rhea Perlman is actually the person who actually created the doll. And we're supposed to be, this was supposed to be a secret, because the Mattel was run by men, but the big secret all along is that a woman created the doll. News. It's not a secret. She was CEO of the company for 30 years.
When?
CEO of Mattel for 30 years, 1945 to 1975. Until the IRS got her for tax evasion or something. The big reveal that...
Wait, is he thinking of Martha Stewart? Did he just confuse old ladies?
He said that it created Barbie, it didn't. No one thought the patriarchy created Barbie. Again, don't bother with that. Don't bother with chronology. Don't bother, none of it matters. So, Barbie is now sent back to the real world.
My long stick
and she is now
broke.
going to experience...
Babe, my long stick broke. I'm gonna have to use my sturdy, thick stick. Oh, okay then.
Experience the apotheosis of what it means to be a human woman. So we've learned early on in the movie, when she goes to the real world, she's catcalled by a bunch of construction guys, and she says, "I don't have a vagina." And she, again,
he's doing it.
Amazing
he's doing it.
line for your...
He's doing it. He's doing it. Peak Ben Shapiro has been achieved. I was able to predict him almost fucking word for word. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, here we go.
For your 7-year-old girl. She'll love it. So apparently, when she is turned into a real woman, she has now grown a vagina.
Okay.
So the first thing that she does is she goes to the gynecologist, because ladies, the apotheosis of your being is not motherhood. We got rid of that at the very beginning. And it's not being a wife or a partner, because women are supposed to be apart from men. It is your vagina. It is that you go to the gynecologist. Ladies, this is what makes you the most human you can be, is that you go to the gynecologist.
Okay, the incredible, okay, he's not doing the trans thing, but no, wait a second here. Being a healthy and responsible owner of a vagina is not a thing Ben encourages, which is beautiful, considering that when he read the WAP lyrics, he was like,
considering
a
he
pussy
spent all
being
this
wet.
time ragging on a trans woman in this movie.
He's like, a pussy being wet, it's probably unhealthy, it shouldn't be that wet. And now he's saying, don't go to the gynecologist.
Too much. Also,
I thought Ben hated gay people. I thought he had a crusade against trans people. You know, it turns out his political crusade the entire time has been against accurate gynecological science.
Also, love that his assumption is that if one scene follows another, it must have happened immediately afterwards and be the first thing the character does. Also...
Yeah, at some point in the future, Barbie went to the gynecologist. That's all that it says,
Also, love that, I enjoyed that scene because I was really sure that from the framing of the scene and the clothing she's wearing,
that she was going to go get a
that
job.
She was going to get a job.
Thank you. I thought the exact same thing, and then she says, "I'm here to see my gynecologist."
Yeah, and I fucking cheered because she is enough.
She's enough. She doesn't need to get a job. She doesn't need a fucking job. That's not what women were here for.
Yeah.
You know, that's not what we're put on earth for doing.
That's not what anyone's earth to do. Have a job.
We're enough.
That's silly.
We're Bob enough. And Ken is Kenough. But Ben, sadly, just can't feel like he's Benough. Fucking tragic.
She's just going to do something uncomfortable and awkward, but she's excited about it because she's never done it before.
Right.
I love it.
Right. And her gals are there to support her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I could point out here that that's really transphobic. That according to the same people who made this movie...
Oh, fuck you.
I thought we were gonna dodge the, oh, damn it. I thought Ben was gonna let me down. But you know, he's just such a hero of logic and facts.
Consistent.
He had to get them all. You know, he had to do a little tangent. You know, having a vagina is not what makes you a woman. Ben Shapiro, 2023.
Movie, not all women have vaginas. And not all people with penises are men.
The movie makes it quite clear, actually, that not all women have vaginas, because for most of the movie, Barbie has no genitals at all, and this is remarked on constantly, setting up the payoff where she gets a vagina at the end.
I could point that out right here, because it obviously conflicts with the very ending of the film. But instead, I'm going to go with this one. At the end of all of this, they've boiled down...
He couldn't help himself, you know? I could point that out, but I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. One time my dad...
Because he just spent all that time ragging on the one trans woman in the movie.
One time when I was a teenager, my dad made a, I can't even remember the details of it now, but a passing derogatory remark about my appearance. And he said it in the framing, I could say this, but I'm not going to. And it's just like, this is like, of the arrogant, shitty ways that men frequently behave. I could say this, but I'm not gonna say this. Fuck yourself. There is no, and I'm saying it's the way men behave because it's like, it's very much tied into like the patriarchal, capitalist, white supremacist notions of like there being an official record of everything. You know, saying I could say this, but I won't is like not enter. It's like there's a fucking stenographer on all your interactions. You know?
You're not allowed to have feelings about what I just said because I didn't just say it.
Not touching you, didn't say it, not touching you. It's like, fuck off, loser. You know? My main reaction in the moment was not even particular hurt that my parent had acted this way. I just thought he was a fucking loser for doing that. And it's like the same fucking thing with Ben here. Like, God, what a fucking loser. How embarrassing.
Now, they have a whole conversation about identity and death and meaning, right? This whole conversation. What does it boil down to at the very end? What it boils down to at the very end, apparently, is being biologically female is the only thing that matters, and that's it, kind of. That's it. Like, it all just boils down to a lady at the gynecologist.
I'll also just say, like, for the record, like, since I have already talked about going to the Dolls Go free screening where trans women got in for free, oh shit, you could just knock the dude in the water. Of course. That's how you fucking solve it. You just... Fuck. The Dolls fucking loved the bit where she got a vagina at the end because it contextualized her as wanting to get a vagina as her, you know, quest. And even dolls who don't necessarily want to get a vagina were cheering and clapping. It's not a transphobic thing at all. It's just such a, like, pathetic aside to be like, I could say that this is transphobic, but I'm not going... It's like, bro.
He's trying to accuse liberals of hypocrisy while not committing himself to any of the, like, you know, he's saying I could say this, but he wouldn't want to say that because he's a transphobe.
Yeah, so... exactly. God, this is fucking sad.
That's female power. Female power is Barbie goes to gynecologist. Which, I don't know about you.
Again, why is he against women going to the guy? Like, why is he actively against women being healthy with their vaginas. Like, why is this his hill to die on above seemingly all else? Like, just giving women, like, spreading general misinformation about pussies and telling women not to go to the doctor. Like, fuck, I thought his wife was a doctor. Like, he should want women to go to the doctor. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
I just find it so funny as well because his argument here, after all of this, like, anti-feminist nonsense throughout the movie, is this movie isn't feminist enough. This isn't a feminist message. This should be female empowerment.
No, but this
in
is how
movie.
these always, like, this is how reactionary movie reviews always end, is, and they even failed at their own goals because they're just so stupid. Even I understand their ideology better than they do. Only, again, this is giving the game away. Because crucially to the entire thing he's been doing the whole time, he's been pretending not to understand the patriarchy and not understand feminism, and then he can't fucking help himself. It's a low-hanging fruit right there, right in front of his stupid fucking face, and he's just like, well, actually, a real feminist message would be like, fucking got you, dipshit. Fucking ironclad. It's over. Slap the fucking bracelets on, Ben. You're going to Barbie jail. Slap the pink bracelets on. Jesus Christ. Like, his whole thing, as with all reactionary guys trying to uphold patriarchy, is pretending he doesn't understand how patriarchy works. When they had a bit in the movie that was about guys pretending that the patriarchy doesn't exist in order to uphold patriarchy, he had nothing to say. It completely shook him, right? Because that's exactly what he's doing. And then here at the end, he's telling us he does in fact understand how patriarchy works. Because he can't fucking help himself.
His statement just makes me enjoy, like, the actual end of the movie even more, because he's like, and that's, like, female power, and I'm like, thank God, because I think there is a bit of a, like, through line in the movie where they're kind of reflecting in a kind of, like, they're reflecting on people's frustration and, like, exhaustion with, like, female empowerment, strong female character kind of stories and the kind of, like,
totally.
legacy of, like, corporate-made feminist movies.
Yeah,
feminist,
for sure.
culture feminist movies.
Yeah.
That, you know, it's just like, it's okay to just exist. That's fine.
You know what real empowerment for women is? It's when people give me money so I can buy treats for my wife so that I don't have to work any other way than the kind of work I'm doing right now, which is easy, if a little boring. And and then
sweaty.
I am completely fucking, because it's really humid today. Yeah, it's really warm in here. I'm just like, babe, what are you saying right now on this stream?
It's really hot in this room.
It sure is. Real female empowerment is when you will pay me, a biological female, get wrecked, Ben, so I can take that money and buy Nat, also a female, biological, ? Female, little treats. That would help me a lot and empower me. Oh, Mule, thank you so much for the raid. Mule's raiding. Hey everyone, if you don't know me, I'm Sophie from Mars. We are just, I'll transition to the close-up so you can see me close up. Hello. I'm Sophie from Mars. If you don't know me, I make video essays on YouTube. I've just finished making The World Is Not Ending. It's a very long video about how the world is not ending. I spent 2 years making it, so if you don't think you have 2.5 hours in your day, just set aside and watch it. Why are you so selfish? But you should watch my video because it's very good. And it's made a lot of people feel a lot of things, and they've told me that they felt a lot of things. And I didn't ask. Anyway, we're watching Ben Shapiro destroys the Barbie movie for 43 minutes, in which Ben struggles, tries, and fails to realize that he is Benough, because he'll never realize that he is Benough. And that's just really quite sad. If you enjoy the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. And as I was just saying to the chatters before you arrived, true female empowerment, as is achieved at the end of Barbie, really comes from you giving me money so I can buy my wife little treats when we go to Paris for our Red Planet work trip. And then we will be empowered. Let's carry on with Ben Shapiro.
You ladies, but that seems like that's not like the most feminist message.
Oh, for those just joining us, Ben is really mad at the ending of Barbie because Barbie going to the gynecologist so she can be healthy with her new vagina is something Ben, for some reason, is just absolutely fucking livid about. And I just can't help but point out that when he read the lyrics to WAP, he said that an extremely wet pussy is a bad thing and is probably infected or otherwise unhealthy, because it just seems like Ben Shapiro just hates women having reproductive health of any kind. I mean, he's always been against abortion, but like, it turns out he just wants them to not see the doctor. And he wants them to believe that it's healthy and normal to have a completely desert sand dry pussy.
They can go see the doctor, they just shouldn't talk about it with anyone ever.
Cause it's gross.
That lady parts are the entirety of the lady. So excellent.
Oh, he's literally 5 though. Oh, he's just a tiny baby boy. Oh God, he's so gross. It's just like, oh, fuck's
excellent
sake.
job. And with that, we end the film, and then we have the glossy, credits with a Nicki Minaj song, Nicki Minaj version of "I'm a Barbie Girl in a Barbie World." This movie started off as Barbie, and it was Weird Barbie. Yeah. It was the toy that was handed off to Noah Baumbach and Greta Gerwig, and they played with it too hard. They decided that they were going to turn it inside out. They're going to rip off the hair, they were going to shave it, they were going to make it ugly, they were going to put all sorts of makeup on it, and then they were going to throw it out in the public. Now, those of us who are on the right, we look at the politics of this movie, we're like, man, so it sounds like a double sandwich. It doesn't sound like a Big Mac, it sounds like a double Big Mac. Right? It sounds like the plot is crap and the characters.
He wasn't content with saying it's a double shit sandwich. He really had to explain his joke there. It's not a Big Mac, it's a double Big Mac. But like with a shit sandwich. Do you get it, guys? Hey guys, do you get it? Hey, do you get it? Hey guys, do you get it? Do you get the joke, guys?
Sounds like Ben's double Big Mad.
Are crap, and the humor is crap, and then on top of that, the politics are crap. But you're missing the point. There's a reason this film has 91% on Rotten Tomatoes, and the reason is
because it's fun and people enjoyed it.
If you are on the left, you can make one of the world's most boring, crappy comedies. You can waste an extraordinary amount of money and talent. You can.
They just showed the clip of Ken putting a second pair of sunglasses over his pair of sunglasses. As he's saying that it's a boring, crappy comedy, like, damn, again, this editor deserves a fucking raise. Because they're doing a better job of tearing Ben Shapiro limb from limb than I could ever do. Just by editing in clips of, like, the movie kind of fucking owning.
They're just showing, like, silently, without words, all of these, like, incredibly visually engaging scenes because the movie is just so colourful and fun to look at, and that's why everyone wanted to go see it, because they were seeing the trailers and everything is colourful and fun looking, and they want to go to that. Like...
Waste some of the great IP ever created. But as long as you slather it...
Some of the great IP ever created. Truly, Ben Shapiro will be remembered as one of the politics guys of all time.
In a bunch of warmed over...
I love this use of IP.
Yeah. Me too.
In these conversations.
Me too.
Like,
absolutely.
But, like, as if there's so much, like, strong Barbie lore that they've disrespected.
I mean, there is, actually.
Alan!
Barbie...
He's Ken's friend, and he can wear all of his clothes.
Barbie is canonically capable of turning back time and removing people's magic, like, no matter what the nature of the magic is. She's also capable of, like, she also effectively has a death note in the extended Barbie lore. Like, she can just write down people's names and kill them.
That's pretty cool. I'm kind of sad that they didn't include that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, real Barbie heads know. Like, actually, there was a lot of Barbie lore that they did actually disrespect. This is, you know what, chat? I've been saying this whole time that I was mad because it didn't politically go far enough, but the real reason that I was mad is because they just didn't respect the Barbie lore. It's one of the great IPs of all time.
Glorious Steinem nonsense. The critics will just salivate over you. They'll pretend that this is an actual good movie. So here's my prediction in terms of market. The marketing campaign for this movie has been astonishingly good, right? If you walked into this movie and you knew nothing of what I just said, what would you think this movie is? You would think that this movie was probably something like the Disney movie Enchanted, but with Barbie.
Yeah, that's literally what I was expecting. That was the words I used to be like, I wonder what this Barbie movie is going to be like. I think it's going to be like the Enchanted movie, but with Barbie. That was actually that.
Did you know it was Greta Gerwig?
Yeah.
Okay. Well. Okay.
I mean,
I very much expected that the movie was going to be feminism for kids. So like exactly what it was. Like, yeah, just like all of the stuff about she's everything and he's just Ken. Like, yeah. I was very much expecting it to be like pretty much precisely what it was.
I mean, I didn't expect her to be like choosing between dudes or whatever. I just meant like in the kind of reverse isekai kind of situation.
Oh, the Barbie world and the real world. Yeah. Sure.
Barbie in Barbie Land, and then it's going to be Barbie in the real world, and it's going to be charming, and it's going to be funny, and it's going to be warm-hearted, and it's not going to be vicious and cynical.
Okay, again, some chatters who've just joined, or, you know, that's probably most of you at this point. I will now repeat a point from earlier. Themes of loss, mortality, abandonment, developing an abandonment complex, trust issues, are all present in Toy Story, a movie for kids about plastic toys that children play with.
That sounds vicious and cynical to me.
And and like, it simply could not boil down to any more clearly Ben doesn't like the politics, so he's saying it's a bad movie than that, because he keeps on saying that these themes are inappropriate and that people expect a warm, light-hearted movie that'll just be fun. And it's like, the Barbie movie is fun. It's really fucking fun. It also has some heavy themes, just like Toy Story.
But it does them very lightly.
Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. Again, like, when he was talking earlier about, like, it joking about things that guys like. And it's like...
One of those things is horses.
Yeah, it's
because
like...
it's just whatever this one Ken doll saw when he was out that he thought was cool.
But again, like, as I said earlier, like, it's making points about the patriarchy when it's doing that, and it could be absolutely fucking horrifying about what men like, you know, if it was talking about that and reinforcing its points about the patriarchy, and it doesn't, because it's being, as you say, like, extremely gentle.
And extremely camp.
And extremely camp,
cutesy.
but Ben Shapiro, for whatever reason, just hates joy. Can't stomach kitsch. It's the worst conceivable thing to him. Just embarrassing.
It's not going to be what morons talk about at Hollywood cocktail parties. It's just going to be fun. It's going to be a place where a mom might be able to take her 7-year-old or 8-year-old girl and enjoy themselves together, and then walk out with their arms around each other. You might think that's what it was going to be. And undoubtedly, millions of moms and their daughters will think that.
Also, chatters who are just joining, it's really important for you to know that notepad he's holding in his lap, he had that at the screening, and he was definitely taking notes in the theater with his phone torch on in the middle of the movie, and he definitely missed a lot of really important plot points because he was taking notes too furiously in the middle of a screening that he keeps on telling us was full of moms with their young daughters.
That's what you're seeing at the theaters. That's why you're seeing everybody wearing pink to the theaters. It's become like a Star Wars kind of thing, right? It's an actual cosplay of it. The number of moms who are going to take their daughters back to the theater week 2, good luck with that. Really, good luck with that. Hollywood decided to empty out its own IP. Here, they decided they were going to take golden piece of IP and they were just going to smash it and turn it into Weird Barbie. And
bizarre and
I gotta tell you,
and
this is going to have some ramifications for Barbie, the brand. I don't know why Barbie, the brand, would hand this property over to people who clearly hate the property. In the real world, the patriarchy rules. Men are really bad. Women need to separate off from men and hate men in order to be unblinded to the patriarchy. And then
hang on a second.
Hand this property over to people who clearly hate the property. In the real world, the patriarchy rules. Men are really bad. Women need to separate off from men and hate.
Now, again, like, okay, maybe this is a really good clear-cut example where I can talk about this, okay? Ben wants you to believe that he believes what he's saying. So, when he says that the movie is saying men are bad, you could waste your time saying, no, that's not what feminists are talking about when they talk about the patriarchy. They aren't saying men are inherently bad. They're saying that the system that men have constructed to make men more powerful, which also makes lots of men utterly fucking miserable, is the problem. You could waste your time saying all that, but the reason it would be a waste of time... Oh, this guy has bombs. That's fucked up. The reason that would be a waste of your time is he understands all of that. He understands it perfectly fine.
He wants women to be disempowered. He likes it that way.
He likes women being disempowered. That's kind of his whole thing. He gets off on it, right? Fucking... The thing going on here is him constantly pretending he doesn't understand this stuff that he absolutely understands. And again, this was very clearly evidenced when there was a line in the movie where a guy tells Ken, the patriarchy is over, and Ken is like, what? Really? And the guy is like, no, but we just got better at hiding it. And Ben had nothing to say and was visibly fucking shook. Because him pretending not to get this stuff is an essential part of this. And him pretending that he thinks that feminists just hate all men, just think men are bad. It's really fucking worth calling him out on this and, like, holding him to the standard that he, you know, aspires to of being seen as an intellectual. He's smarter than this. He understands what it is that feminists think, and he's deliberately engaging in reductio ad absurdum. He's deliberately playing down into simplistic terms what feminists think in order to make feminists look ridiculous, because he has no arguments against their positions. And also, he believes, and is frequently correct, that his audience are fucking idiots.
Men, in order to be unblinded to the patriarchy, and then they can overthrow the patriarchy and create paradise. That is the thesis of the film. Last comment. Whenever I do film reviews like this, you know, lengthy film reviews of movies like this, the left is always like, why are you taking this so seriously? How dare you take this so seriously?
Nat had a really good point on this earlier. The issue is not that he's taking it seriously. The issue is that he's taking it all horrifically literally. There's plenty of just, like, symbolism, kitsch, synecdoche, metonymy going on in the film, and he is just, every time, he is like, it literally says this is the... And it's like, no, it doesn't.
Any woman making jokes ever.
Any woman making jokes ever should not be allowed. Women can't have control of comedy. Women aren't funny, so women shouldn't make jokes.
I'm still just so struck by him saying emptying out the IP, because it's just such a copy-paste line from other people's movie reviews.
And at the same time,
where they're being nerds about, like, being transplanted to Barbie.
Well, this is part of what's really horrible here, right? Like, it's a copy-paste line because, like, he's trying to capture the audiences of those people who do, like, Marvel movie reviews.
Yeah, 100%.
It's really fucking cynical. And speaking of cynical, like, for as much as he's complaining about Barbie being cynical with its feminist agenda, like, he's saying emptying out its IP.
Yeah.
Like, movies are just IP, you know? All movies are just, like, IP. God, that's fucking sad.
They're products. They're products.
I have to consume.
Well, because this is a movie where hundreds of millions of dollars will be expended to get people to watch it. It has a heavily political message. It is explicitly designed to divide men from women. It has these negative messages directed at kids. It's supposed to be a kids movie. It's rated PG-13. It is not marketed to PG-13. It is marketed to PG. It is marketed to moms who are going to skip the PG-13 rating and bring their daughters there anyway. It's a culturally relevant moment. A very marketed to moms who are going to skip the PG-13 rating and bring their daughters there anyway.
What is that?
Yeah, what the fuck?
What is that? What is that? What is that? What are they trying to do there?
It's a culturally relevant moment, a very culturally relevant moment. And so the entire left attempts to play the face tattoo syndrome. Watch as we take a piece of children's IP and wear its skin around like a mask, like Hannibal Lecter. And we notice it, and then they're like...
Hannibal Lecter doesn't wear people's... whatever.
God, you noticed it? You're obviously very upset. I find it upsetting when material based on children's IP, marketed to little girls, actually ends up being angry, feminist claptrap that alienates men from women, undermines basic human values, and promotes falsehood all at the same time. And I think a lot of people are going to have a right to be mad. So we'll see what the income trajectory of this film is. By the way, it's just going to die in China. The overseas market for this film, good luck with the Chinese Communist government.
By the way, other people, brackets not white, are way more sexist than me, even. I'm not even the most sexist guy I can imagine, because I can imagine brown guys, and they're definitely more sexist than me. Fucking racist dipshit.
Putting their kids in front of this sort of stuff. It is not going to happen. Final rating. Out of 10 Barbies. How many Barbies? 10 out of 10 being good. The answer is negative all the Barbies. Negative all of them. I honestly, just as a piece of...
Wow. Got him, Ben. Epic the troll face and Reddit gold to you, sir. Negative all the Barbies. I sadly have but a pittance, my good dude, and cannot afford Reddit gold, so a noble updoot to you for your fine movie review opinions.
The film, this sucker goes in like my bottom 10 ever. Ever. It is that bad. Not just because of the politics, because the plot makes no sense.
Not just because of the politics. Fuck off. Fuck off. Yes, just because of the politics.
He also
How
just
boring.
really hates bright colors.
How
musicals.
utterly tedious. Just like, not just because of the politics. What a sad lie. Like, after everything you've said, you really think anyone is fooled that it's not just because of the politics? Of course it fucking is. Of course it fucking is. Even the absolute most, like, never exposed to the real world Marvel movie fan teenager who's come across from cinema sins and wants to watch more people dinging on the Barbie movie because of an irrational fear and hatred of women that they've developed from consuming similar media to this, right, understands that it is because of the politics. And, like, you know, they may well consume this and, like, walk away with the talking points that he's given them, and therefore, like, act like they don't think it's just because of the politics. They may well go around repeating all the stuff he said about how it's not just because of the politics, it's actually for real definitely a bad movie. But, like, they know, everyone knows it's just because of the politics. I'm sorry, it's just like, I know I'm giving this way too much time, this particular comment, but, like, Jesus, not just because of the politics? Come on! You're Ben Shapiro.
He spent 40 minutes talking about the politics.
You're the anti-abortion guy. Yeah, you just spent 40 minutes talking about the politics. You're the anti-abortion dude. You were so pissed off at the ending having her go to her gynecologist. You know, you've been talking about it being a cynical, feminist cash grab the entire time, and about how it hates men. Come on, dude. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. This is why I don't like covering guys like this.
Because the writing makes no sense. Because the acting, half the time, makes no sense. The entire film is a dog's vomit. It is a dog's breakfast of film. So, yeah, I'm gonna go with negative infinity Barbies. It is that bad. If 10 out of 10 Barbies is like the stereotypical Barbie, this is Barbie head atop the robot body made by the weird kid from Toy Story 1. That's what this is. And also, by the way,
Toy Story, that was an appropriate movie for kids.
I love how, like, he still can't help himself but, like,
why is Ben... Hang on a second. Why has Ben interviewed himself through a TikTok gender filter? That's just Ben Shapiro twice. Alright. Oh, Christ. Thank you for coming on this journey with me, everyone. I had some backup content where we were going to look at some, like, ULAZ conspiracy theorists and stuff, but it's midnight now. So I will just say, give me your money now. Do the command tip. There it is. I'm going to go find someone to raid into. I'm done watching all this and doing this. I'm not gonna do the ULS conspiracy theory guy now. Ben's ruined my appetite for wonks and freaks and creeps. I've had enough. I'm full. I'm completely fucking full. Right. Twitch. Who am I gonna raid? Let's raid Rob Rousseau. That's fun. Please don't give me raid suggestions, folks. I'm just gonna raid the people that I want to raid. Rob Rousseau. Oh, How do you spell this guy's name? So? Let me double check. Wah, 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 wah. Yep, cool, got it right. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, everyone. It's been fun? Question mark? Ugh, fucking hell, Ben. Well, I'm gonna have fun now editing an I am Benough hoodie onto Ben, and then exporting the VOD to the VOD channel, and then uploading that thumbnail and titling it. What are we calling it? Ben struggles to understand that he's Benough. Ben Shapiro realizes he is Benough.
Yeah,
in brackets, enlightened, no longer a chud. Okay, thanks everyone. Have a lovely night. Bye.